Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here on this Wednesday, December 20th. Let's see who's here. Good morning, Mike on the kick machine, Tracy, Sheila, Miss Dina, Ashley, Paulie. Shannon's dad, Mike, in the YouTube says congratulations on. See, the sub meter is at 7.04. Very impressive. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Afy, Donnie, Joanne. Let's see who else is here. Hopefully, Botrix wakes up so we have YouTube on the screen. Oh, there it is. All right, good. Good morning, Sarah, Elizabeth L, Dawn, Sherry. Dr. Artie has COVID. So sorry, Dr. Artie. Hope you feel better soon. Miko, good morning. Sheila. Oh, we got a new member.
Bunk with you, buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
JJ Sinclair, grab your Capri Suns. Welcome to the Bows. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. Good morning, Bobby, Joanne, Sherry, Elizabeth, Sally, Drenda, Janet, Catherine, Mofi, Angel Baby, Mary C, Sweet Lou, Tracy.
Welcome.
On the kick machine, Ashley has just gifted a sub to Sam. Thank you so much, Ashley. Good to see you. You rock. Hey, Amy on kick. Sam to annoy. Just get the member. Welcome, Sam. Did I miss folks? I probably did. I'm just getting. Good morning, Amy, Lily, Paulie, Carrie 28. Tina. Thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. Let's see what else we got. Who else we got? Donnie says Bob Mata and Chris Duet are going to be on his Christmas Eve night OnlyFans, and it's only $349.99. What a steal. What a great. That's awesome, Donnie. Thanks everyone for being here. Hey Bobby. Hey MJ. Did I miss anyone? Sorry if good morning, Dawn. All right, guys. So we are going to continue today with the testimony of Tato. Hey, Chloe and Sally. Hey, Bonnie. And we are continuing the testimony from the first trial. We're going to get into the testimony from the second trial. There ain't no way we're finishing all the testimony. So I think we're going to watch some of the testimony from the second trial. And then towards the end of the day, I'll play from the third trial. Because I don't want to make it 3 days. We'll do 2 days Tato, and then tomorrow, folks, if you want to join us, we're going to do the same thing, except we're going to do Katie Magbanua. Katie Magbanua, we're going to do on Thursday and Friday. We're going to do her testimony, and we are going to do her proffers, which I don't know if everyone has seen her proffers. Those are interesting, where she finally decides in this trial to admit the truth. So, thank you all so much for being here. Hey, Venviti. Good morning, Ayana.
I'm your huckleberry.
Got a new sound effect. Here it is.
I'm your huckleberry.
All right. So who's ready? Who's ready to continue Tato's testimony? Here we go. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I hope you enjoy watching the rewatch of the testimonies to date. All on the mission that hopefully one day Wendy goes down. What's up, Missy? Good to see you. All right, here we go. Squadoosh. Squadoosh. And here we go. This is continuation from last night. You did not miss the drawing, Sarah. Good morning, Jonathan. If you haven't seen, I will absolutely have to show the drawing that Tato drew of where he said the guns were, because it's really it's one of the greatest things you'll ever see. What's up, Todd?
There you go. Thank you, Mr. DeCosta. Okay. Starting at line. Okay. Okay, so I'm starting at line 8 to 14. I got a pack right here for you. Come get it. I said, don't touch it. I'm on my way. I left the barber shop, went straight over there. I grabbed it. I opened it up. I looked at it and put everything in my pocket and told Tuto to get in the car. Let's get out of here. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you actually pulled it out in front when you were inside your apartment.
Not in front of Jessica.
Not in front of Jessica.
Going out the door.
Well, Jessica will be able to tell us that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you are positive that when you get there to the house, the people that are there are Catherine Magbanua, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jessica Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described the package as a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And kind of like the ones I guess that you get like at Publix, that kind of brown paper bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jessica handled this bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so she should be able to describe it just like you did.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that Jessica did not know what was in this bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that at one point she called you and said, I got a bag here, it looks like a brick.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what she meant when she said a brick?
No, it just feel like a brick. It can be just a brick.
Okay. Now, when you pulled up, was Katie inside the house or was she out of the house?
I don't remember.
You do not remember.
Nope.
Okay. But you do remember answering that question in deposition, right?
Yeah.
So we'll get back to that. Now, what car was Catherine driving at the time?
A white SUV.
Oh, you remember that? A white SUV?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the car was parked where when you drove up?
In the back of my house.
In the back of your house, whether it's in a parking spot?
It's like an alley.
Okay. And this was, because you're on the second floor of an apartment complex, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the other thing that you previously testified to is that inside this brown paper bag, whatever was in there was wrapped up in a clear plastic bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And isn't it true that when you walked in, Katie said, "What's up, Tato?" and then went into the room with Jessica?
Yeah.
That's what happened, right?
Yeah, she went to go see my baby.
All right. So then she is now with you. You are now alone with Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that Katie said nothing else in your presence?
I left.
Okay, so you can't testify to any statements about Katie saying she even knew what was in that bag, right?
She ain't never said nothing.
She never said nothing except, "What's up, Tato?"
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you testified that when you finally did open the bag, that inside was money stacks.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and each one was it all hundreds?
Yes, ma'am.
All hundreds. And you had mentioned that they were stapled, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that you specifically told that to the detectives on October 4th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
On the recorded statement that was released to the media.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination and direct, I actually can't remember what you said. Did you say that you counted the money or you didn't count the money?
Nah, I never counted money.
You
I
never
trust
count. Is that your testimony today that you never counted the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you remember telling the detectives on September 30th of 2016 that you did in fact count the money?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that. All right. Now, you get all this money on this day. How much is it? Like $35,000 in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, you didn't put any of that money in the bank though, right?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
For what? Too much money.
It's too much money. Is there any other reason why you wouldn't put money from a murder into the bank?
I never put money from the bank, only for my job.
Okay, but isn't it true you didn't put it in there because you didn't want the police to find out about it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's true, right?
I'm not going to put $35,000 in the bank.
Right? It leaves a trace.
Yes, ma'am.
As always, Tato being truthful. Yeah, of course. I'm not an idiot. I'm not Katie Magbanua. I'm not going to take the money, put it in my bank, so they can have a graph in my trial that shows, here's my money that I got, and then here's the murder, and here's the money I got. Of course Tato's not going to do that. He's not an idiot.
So there's no trace of the money you received from this in your bank account?
No, ma'am.
And you have one?
Yes, ma'am.
Because Coastal Masonry direct deposits your pay into that account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you stashed this money at a couple places, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd you stash it?
My sister's house,
What's your sister's name?
Maria.
Okay. So you went to Maria Rivera's house, your sister,
Yes, ma'am.
the closest one that you are to,
Yes, ma'am.
and you gave her this money.
I didn't give her. I put it in an envelope.
What kind of
Sealed
envelope?
it. A vanilla envelope. A vanilla envelope, yellow.
Vanilla envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
So white?
Yellow.
Yellow. Like a letter size envelope or like a big size
A
envelope?
large envelope.
Large envelope, okay. Was it sealed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put a mark on it?
Nope.
No mark on it. So you wouldn't be able to know if she...
She ain't gonna touch it. She ain't gonna look at it.
Okay. Your testimony today is that you remember that you did not put a mark on it, right?
I never put a mark on it.
You did not put a mark on it. Okay. I'm going to get back to that in 1 second, just so we can keep moving. All right. Now, so you go over to Maria's house and you give her the money. Do you tell her what's in there?
No,
Okay. Because you don't want her to have to be involved in this, right?
of course.
Because that's your family.
Yes.
How long did you leave the money there?
Maybe a couple of days, like maybe 2 days.
You kept any money at the house? Your house with Jessica?
I kept money in my pocket.
In your pocket?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you leave anything at the house with Jessica?
She'll steal that shit. She was gonna.
Are you still together with Jessica now?
No, I'm in prison.
You guys don't...
I gotta rewind that. That's so funny. She's gonna steal that shit.
Why wouldn't you leave anything at the house with Jessica?
She'll steal that shit. She was gonna.
He
Are you
laughs
still together
himself.
with Jessica now?
No,
That's one of the few times you'll get a little laugh out of Tato.
I'm in prison.
You guys don't talk on the phone?
Once in a while.
Okay, but we'll get back to that in a second. Oh, here we go. All right, so talking again about the mark on it, on the envelope that you say that you did not put, okay? I'm going to refer you to your deposition on March 22nd, page 187.
I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They may get little details on Tato, like that he may kind of misremember, but his story is always the same because he's telling the truth. And you can also just see in his, as opposed to, Chuckles and Wendelire, Adelscombs, he's just straightforward looking at you. He's not fluttering his eyes 1,000 times. He's not turning his head. He's not doing he just looks at you and tells you the fucking truth.
Lines 3 to 10. No, I left it just how it was. You put it in there and handed her the envelope. Was it sealed? Like sealed? It was sealed. She can't open it. Without you knowing, without me knowing, she'd have to ask me, can I open this? I got the tape, so once you break the tape and you seal it, you've got to rip it off. So you would have known if she had gone in there. I would have known.
Yeah, if she breaks it, but there was no mark. You said a mark like a marker, a pen. You ain't said nothing about no tape.
Hold on. Okay, so that's your testimony today. She could have just opened it and put it in the same type of envelope and you would have never known. No, because whatever I give you, I'm going to put a mark on it, on the envelope, to see if you touched it. So when I get it back, the mark is still there. And when you got it back, was the mark still there?
Whatever I give you, I put a mark to it, but I never put a mark.
But you heard what I just testified to.
I heard you.
Okay, so those were your words.
Yeah, but I never marked it.
Okay, but your testimony today is you didn't mark it.
Never marked it.
But you told us back then that you did.
I don't remember that. You're reading it right now, but I don't remember none of that.
My mom and dad coming in hot, gifting out 5 memberships. Get the Capri Suns out. Thank you, Mom and Dad. You're the best. Love you.
Because I'm going to fuck
Welcome
with you, buddy.
all
We're gonna be
the new
buddies.
members.
We're gonna be
Get the
pals. We're
Capri
gonna
Suns out.
wrestle around.
I never marked it. No.
Okay, but we're going to make it clear for the jury that,
Let's not get into statements, ask questions, Ms. Kowalski.
okay. You do remember, though, in March, Mr. DeCosta and myself sitting down and asking you questions, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have no, we explained to you what the court reporter did and put everything down that you said, right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Another thing I want to talk to you about, since your memory has seemed to lapse.
Ms. Kowalski, we don't need any statements, editorial comments. Jury will disregard the attorney.
There's the judge coming in again to step in for Tato. Did my mom just give out another 5? Mom and Dad just give out another 5 memberships? Thank you so much, Mom and Dad. You guys are the best. Welcome all the new members. I'm going to click the link again. Make sure you click on Allow Gifts if you want to get gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Mom and Dad.
These comments.
Before testifying today, how many times have you met with the state's attorney?
A few times.
And I'm talking about within the past few weeks to prepare you for your testimony today. How many times did you meet with them?
And nobody really got to prepare me. I'm prepared, but I met him a few times.
You're prepared for your testimony today,
I know nothing but the truth. Everything I say is the truth.
is it?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were sitting down with the state's attorney, because you testified yesterday that they were showing you some CDs, right?
Yesterday?
You testified on direct that they had shown you some CDs, right?
Yeah.
With the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they were showing you their evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But they didn't go over all of your recorded statements with you
For what?
because they knew you were testifying today.
I'm going to remember half of this.
You are going to remember after my cross-examination what happened?
I'm going to remember half of this stuff, not everything.
So your memory is going to get better when I'm finished?
No, as you reading some of the questions, I refreshed my memory. I remember what you had on last week Saturday. Do you remember? I don't remember what I had on yesterday sometimes.
Last week Saturday, I was
Ms.
wearing...
Kowalski,
Okay.
ask a question, please. Jury will disregard the attorney's comment.
But it is fair to say that you are the state's witness.
It's so interesting because, again, he really doesn't have anyone representing him. And, you know, I'm sure Georgia doesn't want to fight too hard objecting because then it's like, well, why is she doing that? So it's just so interesting for the judge to essentially be doing the objections himself and telling the jury to disregard the comments. It's interesting.
In this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew you were testifying about the events that took place over the past 5 years to date, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask them to provide you with copies of your statements?
Did I ask him?
Yes, you did. So did they read you your statements since you can't read?
Yes, ma'am.
So you read all of the statements that we have been referring to, but you still testify today that you don't remember giving those statements?
You just asked me about the state, and I said yes.
Okay, so what are you now telling me you don't remember?
There's some things I don't remember been happened 5 years ago.
Okay, but my question to you is, the state provided you and read to you all of your statements, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You just testified that when I ask you certain questions, it jogs your memory, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So when they did that, it didn't jog your memory?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's fair to say then that you'd agree with me your memory doesn't get better with time.
I don't.
It does. It gets worse.
It
So
gets
there's
worse.
no way we're ever going to, that you're going to remember better in the future, correct?
I sit down and think about this. I do, and I remember a few things, not everything.
Okay, but you never reached out to myself or Mr. DeCoste with any...
That's not appropriate. He doesn't have any obligation to do so. He has an attorney that He has an attorney that they communicate through. He doesn't have any obligation to talk to the attorneys for the other side. You can proceed, Ms. Kawas.
All right, so let's go back to it. You gave Jessica money, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought Jessica a car, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you gave her $2,000 in cash to pay her rent, right?
Yes, I did.
So she'll be able to tell us that you gave her money.
Yes.
All right. Now, you remember when Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua got back together, right?
I don't remember when they got back together.
Pacquiao fight sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that about right?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the Pacquiao fight?
I don't remember the date.
Was it close to when you got arrested?
I don't remember.
Okay, so the Pacquiao, does it sound like May 2015? That's when you were arrested by the feds, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is the Pacquiao fight close around that time?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when they got back together?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were arrested for the Fed case in May of 2015, and eventually you were in the Coleman facility, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, they have TVs in the Feds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're able to see everything that comes on the news.
Mm-hmm.
And Sigfredo never came to visit you, right?
Nope.
You did speak to him twice, though, while you were incarcerated, right?
Yes, I did.
How'd you speak to him?
To my brother. It was on New Year's, I believe. I called.
Who
And he
is
was in the
Lean
house.
Back?
Excuse me?
Who is Lean Back?
Lean back?
Mm-hmm.
That's a king.
That's a king. Okay. Was he using a specific email address while you were in Coleman in 2016 to communicate with you?
Yeah.
And you would then send him messages to send out to people and text message them, correct?
I don't remember me sending him text messages like that, but I don't remember.
But there was a situation, you could get messages to people on the outside, right?
Yeah, it's to the computer, to the email.
Through the email. And who is Ratatouille?
Ratatouille.
Between you and Jessica, who is the nickname for Ratatouille?
Tuto.
Tuto, okay? As in Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
So you know we have all of the emails that you have from around the time of 2016, right?
Yes, ma'am. Everything in the feds get recorded.
They record everything, right?
Everything.
Do you remember around May 10th, 11th of 2016, Jessica needed some money, right?
I don't remember.
And she asked you to send Ratatouille's phone number, correct?
Object to hearsay and relevance?
Give you a little leeway, but let's bring it to some point pretty quickly.
I'll do it right now.
Sustain the objection.
Did you communicate with Sigfredo Garcia in May of 2016 through that medium that I spoke about,
Yeah,
asking him for money?
I think I did.
Okay. Another thing too, how many brothers do you have?
Got 6.
6 brothers? Okay. But you've known Sigfredo Garcia since you were 5, 6 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
He knows how all your brothers look like?
Of course.
He knows all your brothers.
My whole family.
He knows their phone numbers.
Yeah.
Now, after the news broke on the media, Jessica came to see you, right?
Yeah, my mom, my sister, Jessica, they all came to see me.
And when they came to see you, they were able to sit down in the contact room with you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have a conversation, right?
Of course.
And Jessica, at this point, had already looked up everything. She knew what the case was against you.
She's smart. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you get to Leon County, you said that your attorney was Chuck Collins, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you happy with Chuck Collins?
I was satisfied.
Okay. Isn't it true that you felt that he was forcing you to take a plea?
Forced me to take a plea?
I'll sustain the objection.
So, let us talk about the deal that you got in this case. Okay? You were charged with first-degree murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just like Sigfredo Garcia and
Yes,
just
ma'am.
like Catherine Magbanua.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? In exchange for the testimony that you gave today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They reduced it from first-degree murder to second-degree murder, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
to second-degree murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you received a 19-year sentence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the jury may not understand this, but this is to run concurrent with your federal sentence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you get to serve it in the federal facility, not the state facility.
I gotta do my Fed time first.
No, your Fed time first, but your Fed time counts to your state time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's not like you're doubling up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And which facility is better, Leon County or the federals? The federal detention center.
Of course.
Which one?
The Feds.
They got better food,
I ain't worrying about the food, but it's better.
but it's just generally better, right?
It's better.
What is a minimum mandatory?
A minimum mandatory?
Mm-hmm.
The minimum mandatory, what, of the 19 years?
Well, you don't have a minimum mandatory on your 19 years, right?
No?
If you were, for example, the shooter in this case, and you received the 25-year minimum mandatory in the case, you would have to serve every single day of that 25 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's no minimum mandatory, you get what we call gain time,
Yes, ma'am.
time off for good behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
There is no probation to follow this, right?
No, ma'am.
Now, Ms. Kappelman brought up in her direct examination that you are facing, well, she said 30, but it's really 15 years on your probation violation, correct?
Yes,
Out of
ma'am.
Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's explore that. You were on probation when you got picked up for the federal case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you just went to the feds, and they kind of forgot about your state case, right?
I guess.
You guess. Isn't it true that you only found out about
Whoa, Shelly Tarbit coming in, gifting out 20 memberships. Thank you so much, Shelly. That was too kind. Welcome to all the
'Cause
new
I'm gonna
members.
fuck with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Thank you so much, Shelly. You rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
that outstanding warrant for the probation violation when we told you in March?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kappelman didn't even know about it.
No, ma'am.
Neither did your lawyer.
Nope.
And no one considered that. That wasn't even a consideration in your plea.
No, ma'am.
It's your lawyer's mess up, right?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so the deal you got from the state was just 19 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're a convicted felon, right?
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't know.
You don't know? Would looking at your certified priors refresh your recollection?
I don't know. I mean, I don't keep count with this.
Okay, do you want me to go through them with you?
We'll do that as part of the rest, refresh recollection.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You mind?
And just to clarify, Mr. Rivera, because this is what Ms. Kappelman said, that you had an open cocaine case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have an open cocaine case.
I don't even know. I don't think so.
The only thing you have pending is the probation violation. You are on probation for selling cocaine.
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't have two separate cases.
I don't think so.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I could take the break for the refreshing of the recollection?
Okay.
Okay.
And let me explain to the jury.
Yeah.
Normally, when an attorney has something they want to call refresh recollection, we simply give the document to the witness, let them read over it, and see if that refreshes their memory or not. Obviously, we can't do that under these circumstances, so we're going to take a break and let the attorney read to them things that they think may refresh Mr. Rivera's memory. Whether it does or not, we'll bring you back and let you hear the answer to those questions. Ms. Quast? Keep your voice up.
So they won't hear me, right, Judge?
No.
Okay. Okay, so the
We don't have to hear this. Let's
in your
wait till,
deposition on January
let's wait till
on
the
that
jury
recorded
comes
statement.
back.
Firearm by a convicted felon, right? 30th. Your email as 954-237. You remember, Mr. Garcia, you respond back to him, "What's up, my dog, my brother? I'm starting."
All right, so this is all not even in front of the jury. Let's see what else we got here. I'm just trying to get through. I want to get through, finish today, finish through this trial, then get through the next trial.
Jury's in the courtroom. You may proceed, Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
And has your memory been refreshed, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're a convicted felon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
5 times.
We also went over some emails that you sent in May of 2016. Okay? You remember those?
Yes, ma'am.
You remembered that Jessica Rodriguez's email was Sianna Negron, SIANNANEGRON 1020@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? We established that these are in fact your emails that we referenced, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that in May 10th, that Jessica sent you a number which was 786-357-3966, which was Ratatouille, who you had previously testified to was Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you reached out to him asking him on May 11th, "What's up, it's me, Tato, you forgot about me, I ain't dead, I'm still alive, I need some money," and that he responded the next day, "It's been a minute," and then on May 12th you said, "What's up, my dog, my brother, I'm starting to go to school, holding my head up, you know me, keep your head up and stay in touch with me, tell the family I said what's up, N-word, miss y'all, much love." Those are your words, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the last few things that we filled in outside the presence of the jury, you now remember these things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The things that we testified and you were able to refresh your recollection is that when you learned about the murder, in October you said you learned about it before driving up to Tallahassee, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The same day that you bought the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you also, on January 31st of 2018, you testified on the oath that you learned about it when halfway up to Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next thing we discussed was the payment. I was able to refresh your recollection that on October 4th of 2016, you said that the lady was responsible for the payment and that you couldn't remember her name.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, actually, it wasn't that he never said the name.
Yes, ma'am.
Then we talked about the picture of Markel that was shown to you by Mr. Garcia. We established that you never mentioned in November or January that anything about the color, if it was black or white or color, because no one asked you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that in March of 2019, in our deposition, you said that it was a color photograph, not black and white.
Yes, ma'am.
Then we discussed the number of guns. I was able to refresh your recollection that on January 31st of 18, you testified on the oath that on the second trip you had 2 guns.
1 gun.
No. I refreshed your recollection. You did testify today that you had 1, right?
Yeah.
And then remember I asked you about what you said in January about that, right?
Yes.
And then I read you the testimony, right?
Yes.
And back then you said you had 2 guns on the second trip.
Yes.
Okay. Then we discussed the masks and the hoodies, right?
Yes.
And we established that you never mentioned anything about bringing a mask and a hoodie on both September 30th, 2016 and October 4th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And then the last thing we discussed was the owl on Instagram,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you never mentioned that to the detectives on September 30th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned it in October, a few days later, October 4th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you, the next time you mentioned it was on March 22nd, 2019, when you said you didn't know if it was Instagram or Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think those are all the questions that we were able to discuss that you refreshed your recollection.
Redirect.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Next proceed.
Mr. Rivera, there was questioning, I think I know during the cross-examination about your anything else that's pending out there for you that you have yet to be sentenced on. And it's been thrown out there that you might be facing an additional up to 15 years or up to potentially 30 years. Do you know the answer to that question?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you know there's something open out there, but you don't know exactly what else you're facing.
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to ask you a little bit about your status as a Latin king. That was, you had several questions about that. Did this murder in any way relate to your status as a Latin king?
Not at all.
You didn't come to Tallahassee on any kind of Latin king business or assignment?
No, ma'am.
But your decision to cooperate, did that have consequences to your Latin king status?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you're talking about when you're talking about, these threats on your life or to your safety?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it necessary to have those consequences within your gang do you have to snitch on a Latin king person to have those ill effects, or does it happen if you become a snitch, period?
Period.
So you're not allowed to testify and cooperate with the state, period?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you do, then things like attempts on your life are possible.
Yes, ma'am.
We heard a couple different things about exactly when you learned that this crime was going to be a murder, either on the road or right before you got on the road for that first trip. Do you know exactly when you heard it?
I can't remember really.
Okay, but it was definitely affiliated with that first trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went and got the gun, did you definitely not know yet that it was a murder, or did you maybe know?
I did not know yet.
Okay, but you got the gun because you knew it was going to be a violent crime.
Yes, ma'am.
There were questions about why the first trip failed. What I thought I heard you say is that the first trip was intended to result in the death of Dan Markell. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that you were actually going to be the shooter, or at least it was discussed that you might be the shooter at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did that trip, that first trip, fail because you had argued against doing the murder, or did it fail because y'all basically couldn't find him or couldn't get it accomplished?
In fact, we couldn't find him.
All right, so you did express to Mr. Garcia some type of hesitation about doing this crime, is that correct?
Sustained.
Did you express any type of hesitation about doing this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did that deter Mr. Garcia? Did y'all discuss maybe not doing it or doing something else instead?
Not really. We ended up leaving.
Not really what?
We ended up leaving.
Okay, but was it ever, I guess I'm trying to understand what affects your expression of, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this murder. Did that have any impact on the decision to do the crime? I mean, obviously not, because y'all ultimately did it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you suggest some other resolution to the situation other than killing Mr. Markell?
Objection outside the scope of clause.
Overruled.
Did you suggest, hey, let's just do something else?
Yeah.
What was that?
Go rob the lady.
And when you talk about the lady, who's that?
Wendy.
Wendy was your understanding of a person that had this money?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were thinking maybe we can just go take the money from her and not do the killing?
Overruled.
Is that what you were suggesting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did
Of course, Tato knows. Why are we killing this man? Let's go rob Wendy. So much easier. Let's just get the money that way.
Mr. Garcia, was he receptive to that idea?
He said no. We
Why
gotta go
not?
take care of Markell.
Okay, so he didn't want to consider that other option.
No.
And why is that? Did he tell you?
Objection, Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled. The question, did he tell you, would be.
Did Mr. Garcia tell you why it was you couldn't do the robbery instead of the killing?
No, I think, no, not really.
Okay. You were asked about whether Ms. Magbanua did work for the dentist that she was dating.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever go to visit her or see her at the workplace?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever talk to her about her work?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her doing anything at home that was consistent with doing some work for him?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what it was that she did for him?
No.
Did Sigfredo Garcia ever tell you that you were doing this murder for Charlie Adelson?
For Charlie Ellison? No.
It was always for who?
For Wendy.
For Wendy. And how did, if you know, how did Mr. Garcia know that Wendy was financing the hit?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Let's rephrase your question.
Did Mr. Garcia tell you who hired him to do this job?
No.
What, did he tell you that Katie hired him to do the job?
Yes, ma'am.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Did Mr. Garcia tell you, did you ever have any contact with Wendy other than possibly seeing her on the side of the road?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Garcia ever tell you whether he personally had any contact with Wendy?
No.
No, he didn't tell you, or no, he didn't have the contact?
No, he ain't had no contact.
Who was the person who was responsible for having contact with whatever Adelson it was that was going to finance this deal?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
Katie.
Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
The amount of cocaine that you all were doing and the drinking too, was that the kind of consumption of substances that was normal for y'all during this time, or was it something a lot more than what you would usually use?
Probably a lot more for me, but he been stressed out, so he'd do a lot more coke.
Catherine gifted out a membership. Thank you so much, Catherine. Welcome. Welcome to our new member. Thank you so much, Catherine.
We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
All right, say that one more time, a little slower.
A lot less for me, because I don't do a lot of coke like that.
It was a lot for you?
No, for him.
Oh, it was a lot for
Because he
him.
been stressed out, going through a lot of problems with his wife.
Okay. And was that something that was Mr. Garcia doing more cocaine than usual, something that was unique to these 2 trips to Tallahassee, or just for this whole period of time?
Your questions are so complicated, Ms. Kappelman, we're not getting straight answers. If you
Okay.
would ask a simple question.
The
please.
amount of cocaine that Mr. Garcia was using, you've indicated, was more
Yes,
than
ma'am.
usual. And what I want to know is, was it more than usual only on the trips to Tallahassee, or was it more than usual during the whole period of time that he was experiencing this breakup with Catherine Magbanua?
Not since the breakup.
Why did you end up not being the one that pulled the trigger in this case?
That man had kids, and I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to do it?
No, ma'am.
And was that it? Was there an argument about it?
Not at all.
So he was fine doing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
There it is. He would not do it. He wouldn't do it because Dan Markel had kids.
And was there any discussion of your money changing at all, regardless of whichever one of you ended up pulling the
Not at all.
trigger? In the letters that you wrote that came into evidence, that you wrote to me, why did you want to come? Why were you requesting to come out of confinement?
I was tired of being there. I wanted to speak to my family, see what's going on.
So
was in
when you're
blind.
in, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I said I was in a blind, and I was tired of being in the box.
So it's uncomfortable, unpleasant, more unpleasant to be in confinement than to be in general population. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it more dangerous or the same to be in general population?
My population is more dangerous.
Okay, so you were willing to take that risk
Yes, ma'am.
because you were desperate for some kind of contact with the outside world?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Judge, she's leaving.
Overruled.
You've answered a lot of questions in reference to your role in this homicide. Would you agree with that, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
You've answered a lot of questions over the last 2 days.
Yes, ma'am.
You've answered a lot of questions in the 2 proffers that you've given in this case,
Yes, ma'am.
in the grand jury testimony that you gave.
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 interviews that you gave,
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 depositions that you gave,
Yes, ma'am.
the 2 events where you were riding around trying to help law enforcement look for the guns in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
That's 9 times that you've been asked questions, at least, about this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you talked about the preparations that were made for your testimony, but you personally cannot sit down and read your prior statements. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And these proffers, interviews, depositions, etc., were over a 5-year period, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about being on, or I think you were asked about smoking weed on one of the trips to Tallahassee, and you indicated, oh, well, I couldn't smoke weed because I was on probation. Why can you not smoke weed while you're on probation?
Because you got to go piss and it comes dirty.
All right, so weed or marijuana stays in your system longer than
Cocaine.
cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not that you were being a good probationer, you were just trying to game the system, basically, and not get caught.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm gonna object that that's improper bolstering.
Overruled.
All right, you were asked about being fed information about this case, whether you reviewed the reports in this case or someone reviewed them with you, and that caused you to be able to parrot whatever it was that the state wanted to hear. Was the owl, you know, you talked about this photo of an owl, was that something that was in the reports or the discovery?
I don't remember.
So when you were discussing the facts of your case with your lawyers, you hadn't told anybody about the owl yet, had you?
No, ma'am.
All right. What about, do you remember during one of the ride-arounds, I think the first ride-around with law enforcement, showing them a park kind of behind Mr. Markel's residence where y'all stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that park something that was in the original reports that you would have reviewed with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
It was? But you hadn't told anybody about that park yet until you showed them where you stopped.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
What about the hole in the Prius? Had you told anybody about that until you came forward to cooperate in this case?
Yeah, until I came forward to cooperate.
I know, but what I'm trying to establish is that was the fact that Mr. Garcia shot a hole in the Prius, that wasn't something that was known until you came forward.
I never told nobody.
Okay. You were asked about some inconsistencies in your statements, and one of them had to do with Ms. Adelson, Wendy Adelson. And the defense asked you about, oh, didn't you in one statement call her Wendy, and in another the lady with the kids, and in another Wendy Adelson, and in another the dentist's sister. This was the lady who your understanding from Mr. Garcia was going to be paying for this hit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are all those people, Wendy Adelson, the lady with the kids, is that all the same person?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the payment?
Bonnie Bailey coming in hot with 5 coffees. Says, thanks for yours and Shannon's hard work. Much love. Thank you so much, Bonnie. That was too kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oops, I didn't have the sound effect song on. Music.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks so much, Bonnie.
That was retrieved by Catherine Magbanua on July 19th, 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Speculation.
Overruled.
You were asked about the 3 trips and whether there were 3 trips in this case. How many trips did you take to Tallahassee?
2.
And were both of those trips with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they with anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee other than since your arrest before that?
Never.
Okay. So 2 trips. Why did you suggest that there could have been a 3rd trip? Did you have some reason for that?
Only reason I don't know who asked me that they see me in the lake. I said, that's not. You never seen me. If somebody was short like me was Anthony.
Okay. And so some witness had seen somebody behind the Markel residence that might have fit your description. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that was not you.
Not at all.
All right. So based on that, you concluded that possibly Mr. Garcia had come up here previously with somebody short
else.
person that fit your description.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you also indicate that I know you talked about the map, and there were a lot of questions about stopping to look at the map, but did Mr. Garcia seem to know his way around Tallahassee pretty well?
Yes, ma'am. He's smart.
Did you know, did you know that Mr. Garcia had ever been to Tallahassee before? Did he tell you he'd been to Tallahassee before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of him ever being here before
No,
the
ma'am.
first trip that you came with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But he seemed to know his way around?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but he did not tell you that he had a trip before you came on the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the exact words that were said by Catherine Magbanua the morning that you spoke to her about the money being there, okay? And you were asked a few different questions about different statements that you gave. On 10/4 of 16, page 106, line 2 through 10.
Ms. Koppelman, which day?
10/4 of 16. The question was, but she just asked for him. She doesn't say nothing. Answer, oh, yeah, no. She said, who's going to come get the money? Question, come get the money? Answer, yeah. She was like, where the fuck is Tudo? Who's Tudo?
Garcia.
And I said, man, I didn't want to slip. So I'm like, I will find out. What did you mean you didn't want to slip?
I didn't want to go get the money, so I need somebody to go get Garcia.
All right, you wanted Garcia to get the money from Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew where to find him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was at Shrimp's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where Shrimp's house is located?
Miami Beach.
All right. And did you go get Garcia from Shrimp's house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Anthony Ortiz?
A friend.
Was Mr. Ortiz there that morning when you were at the barber shop and you had this conversation with Ms. Magbanua?
No.
He was not present?
No.
Was he somebody that you sent to get Mr. Rivera?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia. And you sent him to get Mr. Garcia from Shrimp's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I saying the name right? Is it Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Did Mr. Ortiz take your phone with him to go get?
Yeah.
Why did that happen?
I had two phones. I think his phone was dead. Something was wrong with his phone that day. I'm not sure if it was disconnected or it was dead.
Okay, and is that something that you remembered when you initially gave a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you were asked, going back to the morning of the money drop, in the exact words that Ms. Magbanua said. On November 29th in grand jury, you were asked about that. Page 14, line 19 through 21.
It's improper impeachment. It's our own witness. She's about to impeach him.
Overruled.
And when you were asked, how did you get the money, you said, Katie, the next morning, I get the phone call from Katie. Hey, pardon my language, where the fuck is this nigga at? Just like that, I got the money. He need to come and get the money. That was your quote for what you said Katie indicated on the cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
That she had the money and Garcia needed to come get it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then you were asked again on January 31st, 2018. Page 106, line 20 through 22. Question, so Katie called your phone, answer, yeah. She was like, man, I got that money for you. I was like, hold on, let me find out where he's at. So I called one of my friends. Who is the friend?
Ortiz.
And that's who you sent to go get Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were asked again, On March 22nd, about the same conversation with Ms. Magbanua. Page 172. I'm on line 8 through 10. Question, when she thinks he's at Shrimp's house, or let me go back up just a little bit more to line 4. Answer, sometimes she'll call and ask for Tudo. Question, when she can't find him, answer, yeah, when she can't find him. Question, when she thinks he's at Shrimp's.
I beg your pardon?
Improper impeachment, improper refreshment of recollection, actually.
I'll overrule the objection. You're going to need to start over again, Ms. Kaplan, because you were
All
talking
right,
while you
I'm
were
going to
reading.
start, yes, sir, from line 2. Was this unusual for Katie to call you, or does she answer? Sometimes she'll call and ask for Tudo. Question, when she can't find him, answer, yeah, when she can't find him. Question, when she thinks he's at Shrimp's house, answer, yeah, but she called, hey, when you going to come get this money, man, because I can't find Tudo. I said, what? I know where he's at. I just hung up. I called Anthony.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing, right?
Same thing.
Can you tell this jury, I mean, you don't recall the exact words that were said, do you?
No, ma'am. They just be wording different,
Yeah, I mean,
but it's the same thing.
okay. But you can tell the jury that Catherine Magbanua, called, or you spoke to her, and she told you she had retrieved the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And the money was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
On cross, you were asked about.
Snap back to reality.
I want to go to.
My little reminder to hit
October
that thumbs up if you
4th.
haven't already. Thanks for being here, everybody.
Page 19. You were asked about.
Is this impeachment?
Getting the money from the lady. And who is the lady when you refer to? He
Objection,
said
asked
he.
and answered.
Overruled.
He said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. All right, so who's the lady?
Wendy.
Wendy's the lady. And who is, when you say he said, I got the money from the lady, well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. So you're referring to Catherine Magbanua as Sigfreda's wife?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She's going to pay us. One moment, please, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further.
All right. Juror, have a question? All right, write your question down. We'll go sidebar.
Oh, all right. So we don't have much more today, but we do have some juror questions. Hey, Lady Bird. Hey, not that, Nikki. Just a reminder that the first two trials, the judges allowed the jurors to ask questions. Judge Everett in the most recent trial did not allow that, which I find super interesting that it's not like uniform for all cases in the state. That's up to the judge.
There's one question from the jury.
One question.
Mr. Rivera, had you seen a photograph of Wendy Adelson before you saw the lady walking down the street that you described as walking with two boys here in Tallahassee?
Never, sir.
All right. Any,
Never.
any follow-up, Ms. Kaplan?
No, sir.
Any follow-up, Garcia?
No.
Any follow-up, Magbanua? All right, you can step down. Call your next witness.
Oh, shit. Lady Bird giving out, it's YouTube says, their 10th super on a live stream. Thank you so much, Lady Bird. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, only in the first trial I'll be the judge. Oh, my bad. I thought they were allowed in the second trial. Okay, cool. All right, well, now we go to the second trial. For folks who, this is the first time, I don't know how many folks in here. Maybe I'll do a poll. on how many people this is their first time watching all the testimonies, but you're going to see a different looking Tato in the second trial, and he looks even different in the third one. I mean, not much different, but from first to second, there's a pretty significant difference. Also, in the second trial, the audio is not as good. So, yes, 2022, Catherine Magbanua's retrial. Hey, Giovanna, good to see you. For folks who are not aware, the first trial, which we were just watching, Sigfredo Garcia found guilty of murder. Katie Magbanua hung jury. So they had to retry it. And why was it a hung jury? Because one or more than one, I forget how many, jurors did not want to send two parents to jail for the rest of their lives. So there was a hung jury, and that was really the only reason. So there was a hung jury. So now we are on to this was October 2019, the first trial. And just as a reminder, the murder happened in 2014, July 18th. So now we're going to go to the second trial. That is just of Katie Magbanua. And let's see if you can see how Tato looks a little different, folks.
Over the lunch break, but that did not happen. There was a misunderstanding about what they were willing to provide. So the state is asking to be able to view anything that the defense intends to show the witness. In the event that something additional is shown, I would like an opportunity to review it.
Which, if you think about it, is interesting because obviously kind of prolonged the case a little bit.
Mr. Rivera,
there he is.
The witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay? Please raise your right hand. State the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please have a seat.
What is your name, sir?
Louis Rivera.
As you can see, full neck tattoo. No tattoo in the first trial. Full, complete neck tattoo in this trial. But he's still the same truthful, in my opinion, Tato, because he's telling the truth. Hey, what's up, Mandy? Mandy Bo Bandy says, big thanks to the doll who gifted me a membership. And Jay, please keep at it. I listen to your coverage of anything. Thank you so much, Mandy. That's so kind. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you go by any other names?
Tato.
Is that T-A-T-O?
Yes,
Tato?
ma'am.
Where are you from?
Miami.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes.
How many?
10.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
In federal prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently serving a sentence associated with the murder case that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also serving a federal sentence for a RICO case unrelated to the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your plea in reference to this murder case?
19 years.
19 years. And what did you have to do in exchange for the 19 years? As
Cooperate.
Cooperate. What does that mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Hold on 1 second. Could the witness perhaps sit forward so we can hear him and also see him at the defense counsel table?
You might need to adjust his chair a little bit so we can all right. Okay. Thank you.
Can you see?
Yes.
You may proceed.
All right. Cooperate. What does it mean to you?
Tell.
Tell what you did?
Yeah. Snitch, I guess.
Snitch. Okay. And has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Have I told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Am I giving you some kind of code signals of what to say?
Not at all, ma'am.
Has anybody ever done that for
Nope.
you? Your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement?
Nope.
All right. Your understanding of your deal was it was contingent upon you telling what happened in association with your role in this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've got that going, that sentence. You've got the federal prison sentence going, and you also have pending a BOP case out of Miami. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a up to 15-year penalty on that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have
Hold on
you
a second.
been-
Objection?
Objection, Your Honor, just for the use of the initials VOP. We would ask that it be explained what it is.
Okay, overruled.
Be handled on cross, Judge. And so that case, have you been promised?
That is a good question. Dr. RT asks, does anyone know how they get tattoos in prison? I don't. That would be a good question for Chris DeWitt. I wonder if he knows. I don't know the answer to that.
Anything in reference to that case?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that's just still out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have you been promised any reduction or special treatment on your federal case in exchange for your cooperation in this
No, ma'am.
murder?
Nope.
Okay. And you've written some letters asking for reductions in sentence and that kind of thing. Have you been promised anything other than the 19 years in exchange for your cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Were you already serving the federal sentence when the cops first came to you to ask you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the facility that you're currently serving your sentence in, that's federal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at some point you'll leave the federal facility and go to a state facility to serve the remainder of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what are the conditions like in the federal facility that you're at right now?
What kind of condition you talking about?
I mean, is it like a resort? Is it a nice place to live?
Not at all. It's prison.
Why not?
It's the same thing as regular prison. There's nothing sweet about feds or state. They're all the same.
All the same, meaning not great.
Not great at all.
Okay. All right, this murder occurred back in July of 2014. I just want to sort of lay out the timeline a little bit with you. Do you know when you were arrested in the federal case?
2015.
All right. Does May of 15 sound right?
Yeah.
And when were you sentenced on the federal case, if you know?
12.5 years.
I know, but on what date did you enter the plea?
I don't remember.
Can't remember that. Okay. But you were definitely serving that sentence when law enforcement came to you to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that it took about 2 years for them to make this case against you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right. And was Mr. Garcia arrested around the same time that you were for the murder case that we're here about today?
I think he got arrested before me.
Okay. Was it like years before you or like
Months.
days? Months?
Probably like a month or two, something like that.
Okay. As part of your cooperation in this case, did you give a proffer? That's where you talk to law enforcement.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell law enforcement everything that you knew about the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've also been subject to some depositions on the case where you talk. Depositions are where you talk and answer the questions of the lawyers that represent Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua. Have you
Yes,
done
ma'am.
that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I know a lot of time has passed between the time that you gave those statements and today. Has your memory gotten better or worse or about the same from back then to now?
It's been like 8 years. Certain things I'm going to remember, certain things I'm not going to remember.
Okay. And if you'll just let us know, it's okay if you don't remember something. Just be sure to be clear about which things you don't remember, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before you were taken into custody on the federal case, did you have employment, like legitimate employment?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was that employment?
I work construction in a masonry company. for
Was it
15
always
years.
for the same masonry company or did you bounce around?
No, I worked there for 15 years straight.
What was the name of the company?
Coastal Masonry.
And what were your duties there?
I was a labor foreman. I ran the crew. I was like a boss, ran the crew and operate machines, make mud and scaffold and stuff like that.
All right, so you were Participating in construction, building,
Yeah.
bricklaying.
Yes, laying block.
I want to ask you about your membership in the gang, the Latin Kings. Are you a member, or were you a member of the Latin Kings?
I was.
All right, and you're not now.
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because of the cooperation I'm doing today,
All
right
so
now, this moment.
It's a violation of the agreement, basically the code of the Latin Kings, to give testimony to help the state at all. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anything about your cooperation in this case altered your position in prison amongst the other inmates?
Yes, I go through a lot.
What is the situation in prison based on the fact that you're cooperating in this case?
People trying to hurt me.
Have people tried to kill you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This murder that we're here in court about today, did it have anything to do with your membership in the Latin Kings?
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, but the Latin Kings don't care about that.
They don't care about that.
If you snitch, you're in trouble with them.
The rule is the rule.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you paid to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you?
Sigfredo.
And who hired Sigfredo?
His wife, Katie.
Who paid you to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Sigfredo.
All right. And who gave him the money?
His wife, Katie.
Did you ever even know Dan Markel?
Not at all.
Never seen him in your life?
Never, ever.
Had you ever come to Tallahassee before you came here for this case?
No, ma'am.
You have anything against Dan Markel?
Not at all.
So your motive in this murder was completely financial?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the first person who ever asked you to be involved in this murder?
Sigfredo.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who set up this arrangement, this conspiracy to murder?
My understanding that I know was Katie was involved. She was the mastermind. She was the middle of it. She told him to come do a job, and he came and told me.
Did you have any understanding of why we were coming to Tallahassee to kill this guy?
Not at that moment.
Okay. But you knew it was a murder for hire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew someone above Katie the money was coming from somewhere above Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood friends. We grew up together.
All right. What about Catherine Magbanua?
I met him through him.
You met her through him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was their relationship?
They were husband and wife. They had kids together.
All right. And how long had Sigfredo Garcia been with Catherine Magbanua?
For like 10 years, probably. Something like that.
All right. So a long time. And he was your best friend?
Yes, ma'am.
You referred to him as your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all hang out on a regular basis?
Every day.
Including often Catherine Magbanua when they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've been around her many, many times in your life.
Yeah, he worked with me.
And he worked with you at Coastal Masonry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you and your child's mother, Jessica, hang out with Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua as couples?
I mean, once in a while, and I like that, but once in a while.
All right, were Jessica and Catherine Magbanua friendly?
By the way, just kind of taking a step back, I know everyone's putting in the chat, I guess they take a pen and they sharpen it. However they do the tattoo, however they do it, he must have some sort of high, his ranking in jail must be he's worried about getting killed, but also he's able to get someone, he has enough trust in someone or has enough juice in the system to get someone having something sharp around his neck to give him a tattoo. He must be not that scared in jail. You know what I mean?
It was all right. They were friends.
Okay. At least at one time they were friendly?
Yeah.
Who was paid, to your knowledge, who all was paid to participate in this murder?
Who was all paid was me, Sigfredo. Katie got paid.
Who is the dentist?
I don't know him. I call him the dentist, but his name is Charlie, I guess.
But at the time of this murder, you just knew there was a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you think the dentist was?
Was her boyfriend, Katie's boyfriend.
All right, and did you ever know Sigfredo Garcia to be in contact with the dentist?
Not that I know.
Did you have phone calls with the dentist?
No.
Text message with the dentist, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
You ever see him talking with the dentist?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't know the dentist?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Never personally met him?
Never.
How did you know that the dentist was dating Catherine Magbanua?
Sigfredo told me one day, and I seen him with Sigfredo, but not really seen him like that. But we pulled up in a restaurant where they were eating, and he told me about the relationship that they had together.
To your knowledge, did Charlie Adelson have any affiliation with the Latin Kings?
No.
Did he have any friends or contacts in the Latin Kings that you knew of?
Not that I know of, but no.
And you were the boss of the Latin Kings in that area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Sigfredo Garcia knew who the dentist was?
I mean, he knew that they were dating.
Okay. He knew that we're saying wife, but were they legally married? Do you know?
Who was married?
Garcia and Magbanua.
Oh, I don't know if they were legally married, but he always called her his wife, just like I called Jessica my wife, but we're not married, you know.
All right, so I'll refer to her as his wife. Did Sigfredo Garcia know that his wife was seeing a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he know the name of the dentist? To your knowledge?
No, that to my knowledge, no, I don't.
All right, so did Sigfredo Garcia, when you were enlisted to come to Tallahassee to commit this murder, did he indicate to you that the dentist was behind this or that the dentist family was behind this? Anything to that effect?
No.
What about this, something to do with a lady and her kids? Tell us about that.
Yes. All I knew that she was giving us the money. I called her the lady because I never knew her name.
But that lady turned out to be Wendy Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of this murder was that ultimately what?
That she was going to pay.
That the money was coming through from her, or
yes.
And that this murder was to help her.
I mean, the bottom line is if Tato testifies, he's going to say it's Wendy that paid her, whether she did or not. He's going to say it was his understanding that this was for the lady, and the lady was the one paying.
In some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Help her how?
To get her kids back.
And did you ever know Garcia to have any contact with Wendy Adelson?
No, not to my knowledge.
So all the contact with any Adelson or dentist person happened through Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did Sigfredo Garcia have a beef with the dentist?
I mean, he didn't like him. They was together.
He didn't like him because he was dating his wife?
Yeah.
How much were you paid for your part in this murder?
They gave me $37,000.
All right. Do you see anyone in this courtroom that came to bring you the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who came to bring you the money?
Katie.
All right. Please point that person out and describe what they're wearing.
She's right there in the middle between the two lawyers. She's wearing a tuxedo with a white undershirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right. So Garcia is a lifelong friend of yours. Did you refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
The rental contract for the Prius, you've seen that before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That has a number listed at the top with the name Brother. Is that Sigfredo Garcia's number?
And the Prius?
You know what I'm talking about? The rental contract has a number written at the top that says Brother.
Yeah.
Let me show it to you.
You got to open the slide right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a rental car agreement
Yes, ma'am.
for the Prius?
Yes,
Who rented the Prius?
I did.
What was the Prius, what was the purpose of renting the Prius?
To come to Tallahassee.
All right, and there's a phone number written up here. This is your information here. Is this your phone number? Ending in 8153?
Yeah, it's my number. It's been years.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that that's your phone number?
Not really.
Okay, what about, this number up here, brother? Who was brother with you?
Brother would be Garcia.
All right, was Garcia somebody that traveled with you to Tallahassee
Yes, ma'am.
in this group?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this phone number, are you able to recognize the number?
It's been years.
Been too long? Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that what's the Rivera Garcia's number?
No, that's his number.
Did Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tato.
So Tato and Tuto.
Yeah.
You're Tato and he's Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia worked with you at Coastal Masonry. Was he working at Coastal Masonry at the time that y'all came up here to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Was Sigfredo Garcia fired at some point from Coastal Masonry?
Yes.
But you don't remember how that fell into the timeline of this case?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay. Why was he fired from Coastal Masonry?
Oh, he was drunk.
Drunk at work?
Yes.
All right. And is
The toilet.
alcohol a problem for him?
Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever get fired for being drunk at work?
Me? No.
All right, so you mentioned Garcia was the first person to ever say anything to you about coming to Tallahassee. Do you remember when that was?
Well, he said we were going to take a ride to Tallahassee. Do I remember the date?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how long, you came to Tallahassee 2 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the only 2 times you've ever been to Tallahassee other than for court?
Just twice.
Okay, and before you came to Tallahassee the first time, how long before that did Garcia approach you about, we're gonna do this trip?
Maybe a couple of months.
All right. And as a result of him coming to you, did you get a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you get a gun knowing you were going to do a murder with it?
No, he said.
That moment, no. I thought we was going to do a robbery until we came up here.
All right. So initially, what was said to you by Garcia?
Well,
What you were going to do up here?
I was coming up here to do a robbery. When we got like halfway, that's when I found out about what was going to happen.
All right. So you knew you were coming to Tallahassee to do a job.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that, you purchased a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a legally purchased firearm?
No.
Not legally purchased.
I think that's such an interesting point that Sigfredo would not tell, at least on the first trip. Obviously, they go down again, but I just think it's interesting that Sigfredo, someone who's known Tato his entire life, wouldn't say, hey, get in the car, we're going to, like, he wouldn't tell him that they were going to kill someone until they were halfway down there, probably because he knew he would get resistance. I don't know. I always find that point super interesting that Sigfredo does not tell him until they got halfway there.
It was dirty.
What does that mean? Where'd you get it from?
Buy a gun in the corner on the street.
All right, so you got a gun on the corner. And is that the gun that ends up being the murder weapon in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have other guns before you bought that gun?
We had 2 guns.
All right, was one of them yours?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Garcia? Did he have a gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you didn't want to use either one of those guns. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, we bought that one gun, the 38, come up here with. Well, we had guns.
You had guns, but you bought a gun specifically for this purpose.
Yes.
All right, that's what I was trying to get at. What kind of gun was it?
A 38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you know initially, like when you bought that gun, for example, how much you were going to be paid for this job in Tallahassee?
When I was coming this way, yes.
When did you find out it was going to be $35,000 or $37,000?
Halfway this way, he said, he said he's gonna give me 35, and then he gave me extra. That's why I said 37.
Yeah. So initially, the deal was you were going to make 35, right?
35.
Okay, but you ended up getting an extra 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when did you find out it was going to be 35,000? On the way up?
On the way up.
All right, tell us what Garcia told you on the.
Good point by Lisa Dempsey. I think he knew he would have tried to say no because he was doing it for Katie, and Lewis didn't want him messing with Katie anymore. Good point, and I'll be the judge says, I agree, Jay, and goes to the power Katie had over Sigfredo.
I said money!
Loving this recap on all things Adele Elson. Thanks, Jay.
It said Adelson. I'll be the judge says, I agree, Jay, and goes to the power Katie had over Sigfredo, willing to keep it from his lifelong best friend. That's strong. Excellent point. And then it's Miss Lisa from the future in Australia at 3:30 in the morning, gifting out $14.99 super chat. Loving this recap of all things Adelson. Thanks, Jay. Thank you, Miss Lisa. You're awesome. Thank you so much for your support. You rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
On the way up.
Taking it right up, we was gonna do a robbery, but coming halfway this way, he explained to me that it was gonna be a murder, to get 2 kids back to the lady.
All right, and did you agree to do the murder, to participate in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you willing to be the shooter in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the shooter in the murder?
No, ma'am.
And is that it just worked out that way, or is that something y'all decided?
It just worked out that way.
How did y'all know where to go and when to do it and who to kill?
Oh, he knew his way up here.
Who provided the information to y'all as to who to kill?
To come up here?
Yeah.
Katie told Sigfredo the address, and we got up here. He had a piece of paper, so we came up here straight.
All right, so he had a piece of paper. Was that in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Fuck your life! Bing bong!
And did he have the piece? I know you made 2 trips. The Prius was the one with the murder, right? And then there was a trip before that.
Because I'm going to bunk with you, buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
Teresa gifting out a membership to DOA. Thank you so much, Teresa. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. And good morning, Suzanne. Good to see you.
Let's talk for a second about the trip before that. Did you have the murder weapon both times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the paper both times?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what was on the paper?
A picture of the dude.
Dan Markell.
Yes, a picture of him and an address.
All right, and was the address on Trescott Drive? Was the address the place that you ultimately ended up killing him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you ever witness Sigfredo Garcia have a conversation with anyone about this murder or this case other than you and Catherine Magbanua?
No, just us 2. That's it.
Does Catherine Magbanua go by any nicknames?
We just call her Katie.
Was it normal before this murder case occurred for you to talk to Catherine Magbanua on the phone?
What you mean?
Did y'all call each other?
No, not.
So you would only see her or have plans with her through Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 44 and 40.
By the way, I am working on my second edited video on the Wendy is Going Down series, so I hope to have that out hopefully tonight, if not by tomorrow, and I hope you guys like it. I don't know if I'll do a premiere again, but I started working on that.
45. How tall are you, Mr. Rivera?
5'4",
What about Sigfredo Garcia? How tall is he?
like 6'1".
So he's considerably taller than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Who, I mentioned her a little bit, but who is Jessica Rodriguez?
The mother of my child.
And that's the woman you previously referred to as your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living with Jessica Rodriguez at the time of this murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
What address were you living with her at?
I can't remember.
If I say it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I know it's on 15. Go ahead.
1515 Northeast 135th, number 14, North Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were physically laying your head at night during the time that this murder occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there's a Normandy address on the rental contract. What address is that?
So that was on my ID, my license.
All right, is that a place you had lived as well?
No, my mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law lived there. I
Okay.
use her address a lot.
And when you say your ex-mother-in-law, that's the mother of another child that you have, right? Not Jessica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you receive mail at the Normandy address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua's relationship like?
They had a on and off relationship, you know, like regular couples. They argue, they had good and bad.
They
There
fight,
wasn't-
they break up, they get back together?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there one of them that wore the pants, that was in charge?
She wore the pants.
All right, I want to ask you about the first trip to Tallahassee, and the phone records show that occurred June 4th, 2014. Do you have any reason to dispute that date?
Not at all.
All right. And who came to Tallahassee on that trip?
Me and Garcia.
All right. Did you actually take off work at Coastal Masonry to come to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
What vehicle did y'all travel to Tallahassee in that first time?
I don't know if it was a Hyundai or a Nissan, something like that.
Who owned that car?
He came pick me up in that car.
Okay, do
It
you
was
know?
I think it was a rental.
Okay, so it wasn't a car you had seen before.
No.
All right. So he shows up in the car, and he is Sigfredo Garcia?
Excuse me?
Sigfredo Garcia, when you say he showed up in the
Oh,
car?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when he showed up, where did he show up?
I was in my friend's house.
All right, so he comes and gets you from the friend's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you already have the gun at this time?
No.
Okay, what happened? How did y'all go get the gun?
After that, I went to my house. Then he asked me, he said, we need a gun. I said, don't worry about it, I'll get it. I ended up buying a gun around the neighborhood. That's about it.
And did y'all ride to Tallahassee that day?
No, I don't remember.
All right, but it was after he rented the car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the car that he rented, did you take him to get the rental car?
No.
Do you know who took him to get the rental car?
No.
All right, you mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
It's the first trip.
Okay, so you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay, and what did you do to scope the place out?
We sit near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Marquez.
Markel's?
Marquez.
Okay, and what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit, washed out, and then ended up renting a hotel, and then the next morning did the same thing, and then following him to see where he was going to.
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markel on that first trip, would y'all have done it on the first trip?
Yes.
All right, and why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have cell phones in the car with you on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were either of you using drugs or alcohol during this first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Which one of you and what type of drugs or alcohol?
It was alcohol and cocaine.
And were both of you using alcohol and cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that was normal for the two of you?
No, not for me. For him, it was, not for me.
Okay, does that mean you were more drunk or high than he was?
No, he was more drunk and high than me.
How is that?
He gets drinking. I was the driver.
Okay, so did he partake in larger quantities, more drugs and alcohol?
He'll take more.
And you got a speeding ticket on the way to Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see that ticket before?
I've seen it before.
Okay. Approaching the state of 65. Small print, can you see it?
Yeah.
All right, do you recognize this document? I know you don't read well, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but can you recognize this as the ticket you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask for the evidence state 65.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The admitted state 65.
And that was in the Gainesville area?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you estimate for the jury about how much time you spent watching the house or driving around the house, scoping it out? And I'm referring to the first trip.
Probably spent like 2 nights.
So several hours, is it fair to say? Did you ever follow Mr. Markel anywhere other than just watching him around the house?
Yeah, I was following him.
Where'd you follow him to?
Follow him to a daycare. First trip, follow him to a daycare. And then when he got off the daycare, I lost him. So I ended up going back to that little place, the little park, waiting for him. Never showed up. Just follow him around, but that's about it.
And you're talking about the park near his house?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where y'all would sit and wait for him to pull out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody ever get out of the car and go peek in the windows or look in the house?
Oh, not that trip.
Not that trip. Okay. Did you know what type of
That is an interesting question. Let me rewind that.
That's about it.
And you're talking about the park near his house?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where y'all would sit and wait for him to pull out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody ever get out of the car and go peek in the windows or look in the house?
Oh, not that trip.
Not that trip. Okay.
And I think that's what she's alluding to is the alarm went off, and Wendy Liar Adelscum ignored it. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
Did you know what type of vehicle he was going to be in, or did you just observe that when you were at his house?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. All right, so you followed him to the daycare. What about after the daycare?
I lost him.
All right, so is the reason why you didn't the killing didn't occur on the first trip because you kept losing him?
Yes.
All right, was Sigfredo Garcia in contact with the defendant, Catherine Magbanua, during this first trip? Did they talk on the phone is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. Don't remember.
Don't remember.
Comment of the day from Shelly. Wendy will be sticking blue M&M shells in her eyes if she gets arrested.
Do you remember Any statements such as make sure she has the money and concerns
Objection, Your
about the
Honor.
money?
Leading.
That's not a leading question, so that's overruled. You can ask the question.
Do you remember any conversations like that?
Not that trip. The second trip.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations involving don't do anything stupid?
Yes.
And was that first trip?
It was both trips probably.
Okay, and what was the nature of those conversations?
Like, don't do nothing stupid. Like, be careful.
Who was saying don't do anything stupid?
Katie.
Who was she telling that to?
Sigfredo.
How was it you were able, how do you know that what she told Sigfredo?
The only person he called.
He was calling her during the first trip?
Second trip.
Second trip. All right, so let's go to the second trip then. Second trip, do you agree, was July 16th to July 18th of 2016?
I don't remember the date.
But is that the time when the murder happened?
Yes.
All right. Who went on the second trip?
I did.
Who else?
Sigfredo.
All right, and I think you said you traveled in the Prius that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who went to the rental car place to rent that car?
I did.
Was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who?
Sigfredo.
All right.
He didn't come inside with me though. He waited around the corner.
Okay, you didn't go into the rental car place? Did y'all leave right from the rental car place to come to Tallahassee, or did you do something else?
I went home and dropped my other car off. He drove the other car to the house.
Okay. And did you leave that day, that same day that you rented the car?
That night, yeah.
All right, did you take your phones with you for the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the actual murder, did you have your phones working?
Yes, ma'am.
You never turned your phones off?
Well, I turned them off. We turned them off a few times.
Okay. Did you turn them off for the actual murder?
Yes, they were off. Believe so, they were off.
Say that again?
I think they were off.
You think they were off? And is that both of you turned your phones off, or just you?
Can't remember.
That's okay. How many guns did y'all have with you on the second trip?
One.
Just the murder weapon?
No, two, sorry.
Okay, what was the other gun?
It was 38.
Huh?
It was a 38.
A 38? Whose gun was that?
That was Garcia.
Who knew that you all were coming on the murder trip?
Katie.
Only Katie?
Katie.
You didn't tell Jessica?
No, nobody knew.
Where did y'all stay on the murder trip?
In a hotel.
Okay. Budget in sound right?
Yes.
Were you using drugs and alcohol on this trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that cocaine and alcohol as you previously testified?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived on July 17th, what did y'all do? Did you do any casing or scoping out of the house on that trip?
Yeah, I scoped him out that day I showed up here. I followed him. Finally, I followed him all the way to the daycare. And I finally got to follow him all the way to the gym.
Okay, but this is, when you followed him to the gym, that was right before he got killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about before that? Was there any scoping out that occurred? I think you mentioned earlier that somebody got out of the car at one point and went up to the house.
Oh, yeah. We ended up parking around the back of his house.
Okay.
And Sigfredo got off the car and went and looked through the window, but he was there. So
who was there?
Marquette.
Okay, and isn't that a good thing?
It's a good thing, but we followed him from there. We just scoped out the place.
All right, so Garcia gets out, looks in the windows, and then y'all just continue to kind of scope out the place.
Yes, we went back around and I parked by the park.
Okay, at some point you follow him to the daycare. What happens at the daycare?
Oh, I sit there and wait for him to drop the kids off. When he dropped the kids off, I get back in the car and He ended up going. He ended up leaving there, and we followed him to the gym.
And is that Premier Gym that we've seen the surveillance video of the Prius on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So y'all wait out in the parking lot while he's in the gym?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
He finished the gym and we followed him to the house. So when he gets to the house, he made it was a left turn. And one of the corners, I kept going and made another left. So when he made it into the garage, we pulled right behind him.
All right, so you're talking about on the way back to the house from the gym.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you ended up taking a different route, just a little block around to get to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were pulling up down the street toward the driveway, he was coming the opposite direction, is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so he pulls in the driveway first?
Yes.
Okay, and how close, when you say you pull in behind him, how close do you get?
Like 3 feet.
So right up to the bumper.
Right up to the bumper.
All right, and what happens next?
Garcia jumped out, went around the car to the driver's side, shot him.
Were there any words exchanged between Garcia and the victim? Is that a no?
That's a no. Sorry.
Do you know whether the victim's window was up or down?
I think it was up.
So he was shot seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his position in the vehicle? Was he in like a normal position behind the wheel?
Yeah.
Did you see him do anything, say anything, make
See him
any
try
moves?
to put his hands up.
Say that again?
See him trying to like put his hands up.
You saw that. Okay. How many times was the gun fired?
Twice.
Both times by Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they two separate gunshots or rapidly in succession? Meaning, was there time in between or were they right back to back?
Back to back.
Did you stop or get out to see if the
No.
hit had been successful?
No, not at all.
What did you do?
We ran back to the car, backed up, and left.
All right. And you've seen the surveillance video of the Prius leaving town from the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that y'all in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the driver?
Me.
Who was the passenger?
Garcia.
And you've seen the ATM images of y'all at the ATM in Pembroke
Yes, ma'am.
Pines, I think?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was you in the driver's seat there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You've talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendy Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house and we leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with 2 kids. I
And
remember
that was on the road where Markel lived?
Yes, ma'am.
All
A couple of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendy Adelson?
Just asked her, see her, why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that to be Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Was there an incident involving the gun being fired other than at Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the second trip as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that, please.
I was driving. We was driving. Garcia had the gun out and just shot on the passenger side on the floor.
Intentionally?
I have to be. I don't know what he was doing. He just shot.
All right. So y'all are just riding down the road here in Tallahassee.
Yes, just
And-
driving.
And
And
he
the gun
shoots
went
a
off.
hole.
I just looked like, what's going on? And he shot the gas line.
Okay. Was that an accident or did he
Nah.
mean to do that?
Nah, it's an accident.
All right. So as a result of him shooting the floorboard, did that damage or interfere with your ability to drive the car?
Yes.
How so?
It hit the gas line and we ran out of gas right there and then.
What did y'all do about that?
we pushed the car to like a small little area, and some dudes helped us out. Took him to like an auto zone, and he came back, jacked the car up, and put the hose line.
And was this the same dude, the guy that took you to get the parts to fix the car? Was that the same dude that y'all had bought some drugs from here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that dude's name Shadrack Nobles?
I don't know his name.
Don't remember his name. Were y'all able to fix the car?
Yes.
Do you have any experience fixing cars?
No, I mean I know about cars, but he fixed it.
Who? Sorry, Sigfredo Garcia?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Does he have experience fixing cars?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he do a good job?
He did. Then
Ran after that? Made it all the way back to Miami in that car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was that shooting the car, did that happen the same day as the murder or something else?
No, not the same day.
Okay, so, but it was on the second trip?
It was on the second trip, yeah.
Okay. What about, did you have Instagram at the time this murder happened?
Yes.
And was there an issue with you posting something on Instagram?
Yes.
Was that the first trip or the second trip? If you remember.
I don't remember. But
All
I
right.
remember taking a picture and I had an issue with it.
All right, well, just tell us what you remember about it.
I took a picture of, I think it was a lion. And I remember Garcia getting a phone call. They tell me to take that down. That's too much evidence where we was at.
All right, say that again.
I remember Garcia telling me to take that picture down. That's too much evidence where we was at. Katie called Garcia and told him, hey, you need to take that picture down ASAP.
Okay. Why would it be a problem for you to be posting a picture from Tallahassee?
So we came out here to do a job.
Okay, so there could be data associated with where you took the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said Katie called Garcia and told him to tell you to take the picture down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how do you know that Katie called Garcia?
Because we together all day. Like we right next to each other. He said, hey, she said, take that down. You tripping.
Okay. Was there a particular reason that the murder happened on the day it happened? Did
No.
anyone tell you it had to happen that day?
Not at all.
Did you have any knowledge about the victim's plans, where he was going to be and when?
Well, that day, I seen that lady walking. They said we got to get the job done because he was leaving on a trip.
Who was leaving on a trip?
Marquez, what's his name? He was,
Dan.
There you go. Consistent from the first to the second trial, Tato and Tuto were told they needed to get the job done because Dan Markel was leaving town. Again, how did they know that?
Markel is the name of the guy you killed.
Yeah, Dan Markel. So he was leaving that Friday. I think it was going to be on a Friday. He was supposed to leave.
All right, so how did you know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town? That's really my question. Garcia knew it?
Yes.
And do you know?
Ashley gifted out a sub to Ayana on the kick machine. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate your support as always. Gifting out one to Venviti Ayana on kick. Thank you.
How Garcia knew it?
Katie told him.
How do you know that?
Because Katie told him, hey, you got to hurry up and do this because the man is leaving.
Did you hear that for yourself or he told you that?
He told me that himself.
Okay. All right, after you kill Mr. Markel, and do y'all leave town right away?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the first time either of you gets on the phone after the murder?
Maybe like an hour later, something like that. An hour or two.
All right, is that while y'all are headed home?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one of y'all makes a phone call first after the murder?
Garcia.
Okay, and who does he call?
Katie.
All right, are you able to hear that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that a situation where you're hearing Garcia's portion of the conversation or you're hearing both sides of the
Both
conversation?
sides of the story.
How is it you're able to hear both sides?
Because he speaks and he shuts up when she talks.
All right, and when she talks, you can hear her voice through the receiver?
Of course.
And you're sure it was her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
You familiar with her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what was that conversation?
So he called and said, it's done. He said, I know. I tell him, hey, what's up with the money? He said, hey, where's the money at? He said, tomorrow. The next day was a Saturday, because I remember because I ended up going to a barbershop.
All right, was there any discussion or dispute about the fact that y'all were gonna get the money the next day instead of that day?
Don't remember. Just remember getting the money the next day.
All right, so Sigfredo Garcia calls Catherine Magbanua, the defendant,
Yes, ma'am.
and he says it's done,
Yes, ma'am.
or something along those lines. The job is done.
The job is done.
And she says, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she elaborate on that? Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading, but it's also asked and answered. We've already gone over this.
Overruled.
Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
All right. Who was responsible when you say she's gonna get the money? Is it her responsibility to get the money to pay you, or somebody else?
Hey, what you mean?
Who's gonna get the money?
Katie's gonna go get that money.
All right, let's talk about what y'all did when you got back to Miami on the day of the murder. What did you do when you got back?
When I got back, it's been a long time. When I got back, we went home, took a shower, we got dressed. We went out that night.
Went out and spent some money, didn't you?
We didn't get that money yet.
Okay. So y'all did what then? Just went to the local place?
Yeah, we went to a local bar, hang out.
Okay. And the money, oh, I think I forgot to ask you about this. Did you have any money for the trips that was provided to
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Tell us about that. Forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah, he had money. He had like at least like $5,000 in his pocket.
And was that the first trip or the second trip or both?
Both trips, he had money.
All right, and that was
Just added a few new emojis a few new emojis on YouTube, including Georgia, Puta, an owl. I forget what else. Some few more emojis. I get to add more emojis the more members I get. So thank you guys so much for gifting all the memberships. Now we have some more emojis.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you know where that money came from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the money come from?
From the lady. From
Okay.
Katie.
Okay, so Katie provided the money for y'all to come do the trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Would y'all have had your own money to rent the car and buy gas and
No.
hotels, food?
No, ma'am.
All right, and y'all bought cocaine while you were here too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you got back to Miami after the second trip where the murder was committed, did y'all have any of that money?
And by the way, for folks who don't know why we have a puta emoji, it's because the undercover agent, I believe, said puta, but he said it like the whitest white man to ever live. So then I Googled it, and Google has their own pronunciation of puta, which is this.
Puta.
So ever since I got that, I've been using it, and now we have the emoji that Mandy made.
Puta.
This is Google's pronunciation.
Puta.
Money left that was provided for the trip.
I mean, we had a few more. We had some money left because he gave me some money in my pocket to hold.
Do you know how much you got before, I guess, for either trip, for that purpose of the trip?
Second trip, he just gave me $300.
So y'all did have a little bit of money to go out with then?
Yes, ma'am.
You said Katie was responsible for going to get the money. Did you go with her to get the money?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia go with her to get the money?
He came with her. He wasn't with her. No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you got the money the next morning. How did y'all get together to exchange the money the next morning?
Well, that next morning I got up and I went to the barbershop. I get a phone call from Katie. She like, who's gonna come get this money? I said, Tuto. Garcia. Where he's at? said, I don't know, maybe in Shrimp's house. Some girl that he messed with.
Shrimp's one of his other girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the owl just happens to be the owl isn't for this trial. The owl Shannon made for folks that watched Love is Blind. There was this guy, I think his name was Zach, and he had this fucking painting in his apartment, and it was like an owl with fucking katana swords. So that's what the owl's about. From, is it Love is Blind? Yeah, Love is Blind. Zach with the owl.
Okay. So let me back you up just a little bit. I should have asked you the night before when.
Brooke asks, Jay, I'm sorry if asked before or covered, but have you listened to the jail calls? I've listened to parts of them. I don't, like, I'm not on the inside. I don't know how to get, if I could get someone to like send me like the actual calls, I would definitely play them on the channel, but I just feel weird like playing them on like just playing Gigi's. Like, that's her deal. She does a great job with it. So like I wouldn't want to just play hers. If somehow I could get the downloader ones, I don't know how to get them. Jesse asks what this one is. This one is Friday Eve, another Shannon creation from Judge Boyd. Friday Eve in our hearts.
When y'all were out, was the defendant Catherine Magbanua with you and Sigfredo?
No.
So you didn't see her that night at all?
No.
All right. And the next morning, y'all talk about it, and she says she's looking for Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how to find him?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was he to be found?
I had one of my friends go look for him in Miami Beach.
And that's where Shrimp lived?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know he was going to be at Shrimp's house?
My best friend. I knew everything about him. He was with her. He was staying with her.
You knew he'd be found there?
Yeah.
Okay, but he wasn't answering his phone.
At all.
Because he had dumped his phone, right?
Yes.
All right, and I should have asked you when we were talking about heading back after the murder, what happened with the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it.
How did you dump it? Where did you dump it?
In the ocean.
All right, where in the ocean?
Like just driving back home, we just pulled over by a bridge and just threw it off.
Okay, and was it like an open ocean?
Yeah, open.
Okay. Was it, were there trees and bushes around as well?
Yeah, because he got off the car and threw it.
Okay, so like an overpass or a causeway.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That's true. There are Friday.
If you know, was the gun thrown into the body?
If you like the Friday Eve, there are stickers in our merch store. If you guys are interested in stickers on some of Shannon's creations, I'll share that link.
Of water or into the.
This is the trial where we get to see Tato'S brilliant drawing of where the guns were located. Wait till we get to that, folks. Yes, art, Brooke. Good point. Wait till we get to the artistic rendition that Tato does, the drawing of where the guns are. Man, if you haven't seen that before, chef's kiss.
The shrubs and bushes nearby.
I was in the car. He got off the car. He went down. So there was some bushes, so he threw it to the water. That's what he told me. He said it hit the water, dog. Don't worry about it.
He thought it did hit the water?
Yeah.
Okay. But did he have to jump into the bushes to make the throw?
Yeah.
So sort of off the
right
guardrail?
Right under the bridge.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the witness could sit forward again, just Ms. Magbanua cannot see the witness as he testifies.
All right, just move a little bit forward if you can. All right, that's fine.
All right, let's talk about when you got paid. So you sent a friend to get Sigfredo Garcia. Where do y'all meet up?
Oh, we got paid?
Mm-hmm.
At my house.
All right, tell us what happened. You mentioned something about the barber shop. Tell us the whole
I was
story.
in a barber shop and Jessica called me. She said they're here, come to the house. So when I get there, Katie's in my house and Garcia's in my house.
And did you see what vehicle they arrived in?
It's like a SUV, a white SUV.
Okay, was that a car that you recognized?
Yeah,
Whose car was that?
Katie's.
All right, so they arrive in Katie's car, and Jessica called you and says they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you?
I'm in the barbershop.
And how long does it take you to get there from the barbershop?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, so that's right up the street?
Right down the corner, yeah.
Okay. What happens when you get to the house?
I get to the house, and I see Garcia. I grabbed the bag, so I'm get back in the car and left. I wasn't too long in the house.
All right, so you go in the house. Katie and Garcia are there. Is Jessica there?
Yeah, she's there too.
All right, and you get the money in what kind of packaging?
It's in a brown bag, like a small brown bag.
Okay, like a brown paper bag or plastic?
No, paper bag.
Okay, did it have any other bags inside it?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so you get the money. It's in some brown paper. And do you count it? Do you open it?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want Jessica to know what was going on. I just grabbed the bag, told Garcia, let's go.
Because if she saw that money, she'd be wanting some of that money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when do you open the bag?
In the car.
When you're in the car, what car are you in when you open the money?
My car.
All right, who's in the car with you?
Garcia.
All right, is that the old Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What year Mercedes was that?
Like 87.
Okay, so you and Garcia get in the Mercedes. What does Catherine Magbanua do?
She was in my house.
She stayed in the house.
Because I had a newborn.
All right, so she was seeing the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you opened the money, how much money was in there?
35.
Okay, did you count it?
No, I trust him.
And when you say you trust him, you're talking about Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you mentioned that you got a little extra money. When was that done?
All right, think right there and then. Be like, here, take this. Right, or right when we went to the barbershop. Be like, take 2 more though. You do me a favor.
So when y'all left the house after getting paid, you went back to the barbershop?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when Garcia gave you some more money.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about the money once you opened it up. Was it packaged in an unusual way?
Yeah, I never seen money stable. All hundreds and they were all stable.
And this money was what denominations of bills? You know what I mean by that? 10s, 20s, hundreds?
Hundreds, all hundreds.
All hundreds stapled into how many hundreds together?
$1,000.
$1,000 stacks?
Yes.
And each stack stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a big kind of brick.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So you got 35 plus an additional 2,000. Do you know how much Sigfredo Garcia got?
By my knowledge, I think he got like 40.
Okay, so he got 40 and gave you 2,000 of it?
Yeah.
All right, and what about Catherine Magbanua?
She got the rest.
And how much was the total for the job?
100.
$100,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
What about Garcia? Did he buy something?
Yeah, motorcycle and like 2 cars.
I'm gonna approach and show you some exhibits. All right, we got 44 through 47. I'll show you each one of these.
Oh boy, who was asking for the picture of them next to each other? They may be showing that.
This time I'd ask you to evidence 44 through 47.
Through 47.
There we go. Tuto and Tato.
That's me, Jessica, Katie, and Garcia. Jessica, Katie, Garcia. Yes, ma'am. Garcia, and me. Yes, ma'am. Two motorcycles and a car with some money.
So they literally took a picture of all the stuff they bought with the money from the murder. Tuto bought the car and the motorcycle. Tato bought the motorcycle.
Carlo Garcia, that's his motorcycle, the black and yellow one. And the red one was a guy named Rivera.
Was this motorcycle yours or Garcia?
Garcia.
Was this a motorcycle that he bought with proceeds from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And this Monte Carlo, is that Garcia's as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that purchased with proceeds?
Yes, ma'am.
647. What's in this photo?
That's me and Garcia and our motorcycle.
Those motorcycles y'all bought with proceeds from the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
You told us about the 86 Mercedes that you drove prior to the murder. What kind of vehicle did Garcia drive prior to the murder?
I don't think he had one at that time.
So no vehicle at all, and then two vehicles.
Yes.
All right. What about Catherine Magbanua? What did she spend her money on?
Don't know.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder?
Like change my phone?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't try to change your number? Phone number?
Don't remember. Probably I don't remember.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with Investigator Newland from my office and listen to some calls to see if you recognize the voices on the calls?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. By each call as you listen to it to verify, yes, that is who it says it is on the
Yes,
list.
ma'am.
And were you able to identify both Sigfredo Garcia's voice and Catherine Magbanua's voice on those calls?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and
Yes, ma'am.
and did
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to do the evidence at 66.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The admit.
Her motive for doing this was money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have a beef with Dan Markel in any way?
Not at all. Nope.
Had you ever had any contact at all in any way with Wendy Adelson other than when you thought you saw her on Trescott?
Say again, please.
Did you ever have any contact at all with Wendy Adelson prior to, I know when y'all were driving down the road one day, you thought you saw her on the road or on the sidewalk?
I never spoke to these people.
All right, no contact with Wendy Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Donna Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Harvey Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Charlie Adelson.
No, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right.
Shrimp's real name?
No. We call her Duty, something like that, but I don't know her name at all.
Just nicknames.
Yeah, just nickname.
Nothing further.
All right. We're going to take a break now before the cross-examination. Give you an opportunity to use the facility, stretch your legs. So it's ready to standing now, Mr. DeCoste, that you will need more time. So just try to get a breaking point, 5 o'clock or as close to 5 o'clock as you can.
This judge has those cool glasses, the ones that like Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna get them, but non-prescription, just so we can do the vroom. I feel like if you have those glasses, people are like, this person is smart. They do this thing with their glasses. Like, if they're going to do this and then they put it on to check something, they must be doing something smart.
All right, anything from the state before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
There's a set of headphones.
Okay. All right, please be seated. Mr. DeCoste.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, the bullets that entered Professor Markel's head and ended his life, you bought those, right?
Yes, sir.
The gun that fired those bullets, you bought them too.
Yes, sir.
The car that drove to Tallahassee and into his driveway, you rented it.
Yes, sir.
And the hotel room that you stayed in the night before and planned the murder, you paid for.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, you were asked by the government whether you are a 10-time convicted felon. You are, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of those cases is from 2013 in Miami, right?
Yes, sir.
And you took probation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you violated it.
Yes, sir.
You were indicted federally.
Yes, sir.
Now, that probation violation hearing, that's what a PVH is, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have a case, you take a plea to probation, you violate it by getting federally indicted, and you then have the pending probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're facing 15 years on this pending violation. Right?
Yes, sir.
And that penalty of 15 years can run consecutive to the sentences that you are already serving both here for Leon County and the federal sentence, right?
Maybe.
So you could do, it's a yes or a no on this one. You know that it's a yes, right? That it can run consecutive after the 19 years.
I don't know, but yes.
Now, at the time you took the plea in this murder case, you had no idea about that probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know about it.
I didn't know, no.
You had two attorneys at the time. They failed to tell you,
Yes, sir.
right? The government, who works also for the state of Florida, like the prosecutors in Miami, assistant state attorneys, they didn't let you know either.
No.
And it's your understanding nobody knew about it.
Because I'm going to
not your
fuck with you,
attorneys.
buddy. We're going to be buddies. We're going to be pals. We're going to wrestle around.
Giovanna, welcome to the Bows. Get the Capri Suns out. Thank you so much, Giovanna. Hey, Annie, good to see you.
Attorneys, not yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually learned when I asked you the question about whether you knew about the pending probation violation.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go to your next case. The federal indictment. You agree with me that you took a conviction for conspiracy to violate the RICO statute.
Yes, sir.
Now that's a RICO statute that's used to prosecute large groups committing crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
You took 151 months prison,
Yes, sir.
approximately 12 and a half years
Yes, sir.
as a career offender.
Yes, sir.
That means that you're a career criminal in the federal system.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you have the conviction for the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
one of those 10.
Yes.
And the charge that you pled to was second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
And you took a plea of 19 years prison.
Yes, sir.
So you've got two sentences. You've got 19 years prison on the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
and you got 12 and a half on the federal case, right?
Yes.
They're not stacked one after the other. They're running at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to your federal indictment, you pled guilty, but you're actually innocent, right?
The federal system.
The federal indictment, the
If I plead
RICO
guilty,
case.
I'm guilty.
You are guilty. Do you remember taking the first time you took a deposition in this case with Sigfredo Garcia's attorney?
Yes.
You remember how there was a court reporter present that took down all your words?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney was present?
Yes, sir.
They swore you in at the beginning, asking you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, pages 30 to 31, starting on lines 12. I want to make sure you're using a certified copy, not the draft.
Say the lines again, please.
Pages 30 to 31, starting at line 12. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Rivera, do you remember being asked the following questions and giving the following answers? Have you ever been involved in a conspiracy to commit an armed robbery? Answer, no. Have you ever been? Answer, I got conspiracy right now with a federal charge. Question, right, your racketeering charge. Answer, my racketeering, so if you want to get that clear, that can be a yes. Question, okay, so yes on the well, I was going to get to your answer. Because that's in my records, it doesn't mean that I did it, but it's all over my records, so question, go ahead. All that you asked me, question, right, answer. It's in my federal record, conspiracy. It becomes into robberies. It becomes everything that you asked me. But I'm telling you no because I didn't do none of that. But it's in my record, so that's a yes. So you have something in your record, but you didn't do it. Answer, I didn't do it. I just got convicted to it. I signed a plea. I took it. You can't fight with the feds. You can't beat them.
Nobody can beat them. That's a yes.
Okay. You understand that in your deposition you said that you didn't do anything on the federal case.
Yes, sir.
So I'll ask you the question again. On your federal case, are you innocent or not?
No.
And the reason, well, let's go on. So in your deposition, counsel, lines, page 34, lines 20 through 24. Mr. Rivera, do you remember saying the following? Okay, so just to be clear, you signed that because that's what was best for you to do, not because that was the truth, right? Answer, that's not the truth. That's best for me to go ahead and take it and run. You remember saying that in deposition under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Basically saying, I did not commit this federal crime, but I took it and ran because you can't fight with the feds. Right?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, page 32, line 25. Mr. Rivera, you also remember saying, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, the feds are involved in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Patrick Sanford and the rest of the FBI.
Yes, sir.
Understanding your reluctance on the next topic, let's get into it. The Latin Kings. Let's talk first about the size of the Latin Kings. The federal indictment that we just talked about was 23 defendants, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the Latin Kings are much larger than just 23 people, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as an aside, a guy, Juan Marcos Vega, was a co-defendant in your federal indictment, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was not a Latin King yet, he was a probationer.
Yes.
Now, the Latin Kings themselves, they are one of the largest and most well-organized gangs in the country, right?
That's true.
And you know that because that's in the factual proffer that you signed in the federal case, what you agreed to.
That's true.
They operate in at least 39 states, including Florida.
Yes.
By your word, they are everywhere.
Yes, sir.
That includes Chicago, right?
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Key West,
Yes.
Fort Lauderdale,
Yes.
Naples,
Yes.
Tampa,
Everywhere.
Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
Orlando?
Everywhere.
Tallahassee.
Yes.
Now, the purpose of the Latin Kings, the primary source of income is generated through distribution of narcotics, assault, robbery, burglary, and identity theft, right?
Yes.
Also, the distribution of firearms
Yes.
and homicide.
Yes, sir.
If you could speak up for the jury so that they can hear you. I want to make sure everybody down here can hear you. Now, the members committed these crimes to benefit, promote, and further the interest of the gang, right?
Yes.
And to increase their own standing.
Yes.
To get higher up, you got to do more.
Yes.
Now, going through this quickly, the organization, you guys adhere to a local, regional, state, and national system, right?
Yes, sir.
The local, like Miami, reports to regional officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Regional reports to state officers,
Yes.
and then state officers report to the national bosses, right?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about your involvement. You've been in it your whole life,
Yeah.
since you were 10 years old.
Yes, sir.
In 2014, you were 31 years old, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's 21 years that you've been involved.
Yes, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the boss of Miami
Yes,
since
sir.
the age of 15 or 16.
Yes, sir. But I just want to know what this got to do with the case.
It has everything. We'll get to that.
I don't. They don't got nothing to do with this.
Mr. Rivera, just answer the questions,
They
please.
don't.
You were a legacy, correct?
Yes.
Now, that means because you had family members that were in it as well.
Just two uncles. Yes.
Correct. Now, your position within the Latin Kings, you were the first crown, right?
Yes, sir.
And what the first crown means is that you're the jefe, you're the boss of that area, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're the boss of mostly the whole of Miami.
Yes.
Between the ages of 10 to 15 or 16, you rose to that position, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rose through the ranks.
Yes.
The fifth crown is a secretary, right?
Yes.
The fourth crown is a treasurer,
Yes.
right? The third crown is a enforcer.
Yep.
The second crown is a cacique.
Yep.
And then you reach the top.
Yes, sir.
Now, below these 5 points of the crown are a whole bunch of soldiers, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rose through that, still a child by the age of 16.
Yes, sir.
And you held that throne
Yes, sir.
for 15, 16 years before you were charged.
Yes, I did.
Now, to keep that throne, you have to continue to commit crimes and oversee crimes, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk specifically about your tribe. That's what you refer to your crew as, right?
This don't got nothing to do with the case, man. Not my tribe at all.
All right, Mr. Rivera, I'll make that determination, okay? You just need to answer the questions, please.
We're talking about the size, the amount of soldiers, the amount in your group. Now, you're the boss over roughly 100 people in 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's rules to the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
There's a rule book.
Yes, sir.
These are actually all written out. Both the purpose, the rules, everything about the Latin Kings is put into what's called the manifesto, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you violate those rules, there's penalties for it.
Yes, sir.
Those include beatings.
Yes, sir.
You've ordered those before.
Yes, sir.
It includes things like ink removal, tattoos of Latin Kings,
Yes, sir.
forcibly to remove them,
Yes, sir.
burn them off or cut them off.
Yes.
Now, snitching is the ultimate rule, right?
Yes, sir.
As a criminal enterprise, you need to have that rule so that if you're committing crimes with your gang members, that they're not going to flip against you.
Yes, sir.
And you violated that rule.
Yes, I did.
Now, had you violated that rule on an actual Latin king, the
No.
penalties would be more severe than what they're seeking against you right now.
Oh, it's be the same.
They're trying to kill you.
Yes, sir.
They're trying to kill your family.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that if you were to name a Latin king, because
I'm not naming no Latin kings, bro.
I know. So, Catherine Magbanua, nowhere near a gang member, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia, not a Latin king.
No, sir.
Wendy Adelson, somebody else you pointed at, not a Latin king.
No.
You'd agree with me that had you pointed out a Latin king, that the penalty, although the same, may have been delivered in a much more severe manner.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your cooperation. We're done with the Latin Kings for now. Okay? Is it a fair agreement that after you were charged in this case, you're brought to Leon County that you're desperate?
Desperate like what?
Like you're in a jam. You're charged with first-degree murder. The evidence is strong. You're looking at the death penalty.
Yes.
Let's go through it. So, did you know, and you may not have, that there was media all over the place about the case? Your face was all over 2020, all over the news as involved in the case.
Yes.
The evidence in the case was strong. You saw it. They have ATM photos of you. They got the Prius. They got cell phone communications. They got people identifying you up there or up here.
Yes.
That was a problem, right?
Yes, sir.
You're being held in custody, no bond.
Yes, sir.
The penalty, guaranteed life, if not the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had just dealt with snitches on your federal case, right?
Yes, sir.
A guy named King Nano, the second in command of Florida, way above you, testified against the other 22 defendants in the federal case, right?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled. If you know, you can answer.
Yes, sir.
Nano testified against you,
Yes.
right? Despite your gang's rules,
Yes.
right? And the repercussions.
Yes, sir.
Now you're involved in a case with Sigfredo Garcia, who was not a Latin king,
Yes, sir.
and not under those rules.
Yes, sir.
Within your arrest paperwork and discovery, Catherine Magbanua's name is all over it, right?
Yes, sir.
She's a mother, right?
Yes, sir.
College graduate,
Yes, sir.
works in healthcare,
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
could easily be pressured into testifying against you.
Yes, sir.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
That's speculation. That'll be struck. That's
Strike,
speculation.
thank you.
Having just gone through a case mere months before where a hardened criminal that lives by a code to not snitch snitched against you, you had a concern that you could be snitched against, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, the feds were involved.
Oh shit, Mandy gifting out a membership to Objection Cake. Welcome to the channel, Objection Cake.
We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Thank you so much, Mandy. You rock. Thank you, thank you.
And in your words, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
So you had a choice. You could not cooperate and surely get killed by the government by way of the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Or at best, get life in prison.
Yes, sir.
Or you cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
You get released while you're still young.
Yes, sir.
You'll be out in your 40s, right?
Like 50.
Now, there's a risk that you get murdered by the gang, but you have the biggest gang protecting you, the government, right?
Yes, sir.
It was the only chance you had to live.
Yes, sir.
It was either death penalty in life or take the risk, but you got them for protection.
Yes, sir.
But to get this deal, you had to sell yourself, right?
Cooperate. Yes, sir.
Now, you already knew, and they let you know, they already had Garcia.
Yes, sir.
The evidence against him was equally as strong, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had the knowledge from the feds that you had just gone through, that to get reductions, you have to help further the theory and get new arrests, right? You knew that.
Yes, sir.
You had to advance their theory to get time off.
Yes, sir.
If you could, and I know that it's you could be nervous. I want to make sure everybody can hear, so if you could speak up or get closer to the microphone. Now, I want to talk about the information that you had. Your arrest warrant, that went out in the media, right?
Yes, sir.
And your family informed you about it while you were in federal custody.
Yes, sir.
Jessica, you spoke to her about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Jessica, she's very smart. She's very intelligent.
Yes, she is.
She can figure things out.
Yes, sir.
She read, and it was about you, the narrative section of your warrant was about 20 pages, single-spaced, right?
Yes, sir.
Detailing the government's theory, right?
Yes, sir.
that Catherine Magbanua was in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Once you're charged and you're here in Tallahassee, you reviewed your discovery with your attorneys, right?
Yes, sir.
They went over with you all the evidence, all the reports that were written in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You know who Craig Isom is, right?
Yeah.
He's so you have a team, you have the federal agent, and then you have the local investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that Investigator Isom wrote a bunch of reports detailing the theory of the case, just like your arrest warrant, right?
If I knew he wrote my case?
No. I'm saying that you get in discovery. Your attorneys, when they came to see you, they came with files, right?
Yeah.
They came with a lot of paperwork, and that included things like police reports,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And they reviewed that with you.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, what you did in this case, you met with law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
You finally sit down with them come the fall time of 2016, right?
Yes.
You knew their theory, right?
Yes.
That Catherine was involved, right?
I knew she was involved. Yep.
And you named the names that they wanted to hear to get a reduction. That's what you did, right?
I gave him the names. Yes.
You gave the two names that were in the reports and in your discovery, Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
You did exactly what you said you did in the federal case. You took it and ran.
Yes, sir.
Agreed to the government's facts, whether truthful or not.
That's true. But yes.
You agree that you agreed to untruthful facts.
No, everything I said was the truth, or whatever you're trying to say. But
I'm here trying to figure out what you've said and done. So you need to tell me, okay, please? You agreed to the government's facts, right?
yes.
Now let's talk about your cooperation agreement. You have an agreement with the state attorney's office in exchange for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about what you get. You get a reduced charge, right?
Yes, sir.
It went from first-degree murder down to second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
You qualify as a habitual felony offender, and that was waived, right?
Yes, sir.
The death penalty was waived.
Yes, sir.
Other charges were waived, like conspiracy to commit murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Solicitation to commit murder.
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
You possessed firearms in this case, and they gave you a pass on those charges as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that in the state of Florida, there's a minimum mandatory penalty for a convicted felon possessing a gun?
Yes, I do.
They also gave you a pass on an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You told them a story about how a guy, Shawdrick Nobles, the guy that you bought drugs from and the guy that helped you with the Prius, that he and a bunch of his friends came into the hotel room and that you pulled two guns on him and told them to strip, right?
Yes, sir.
So you get a pass on that as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, on this topic of the Prius, and I just thought about this, you said that the gas line was shot
Yes, sir.
and the car immediately stopped.
Yes, sir.
Prius is electric, you know that, right?
It was on gas. It stopped.
You understand it's a hybrid vehicle that
Yes,
can
I
run
do.
on electricity,
Yes,
too.
I do.
So we're talking about what you get in this cooperation agreement.
The fuck was that about? I'm sure it still can't go if it doesn't have gas, douche nozzle.
You get 19 years.
Yes, sir.
No minimum mandatory.
Yes, sir.
Now, had you been the shooter, you would have gotten a minimum mandatory, right?
Yes.
A higher minimum mandatory than just possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, you would have gotten a higher penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
If you said you were the shooter, you probably wouldn't have gotten a deal either.
Yes, sir.
So you couldn't be the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
Let's talk about reductions now. You know what gain time is?
Yes, sir.
Gain time is that you get a percentage off of your sentence.
Yes, sir.
That you'll serve potentially only 85% of the 19 years.
Yes, sir.
So instead of a 19-year sentence, you'll do approximately 16.
And a half. Yes, sir.
12 and a half already for federal,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
A mere, if you can keep speaking up, I want to make sure everybody can hear. A mere 3.5 years on top of that. So 12 and a half to 16, 3.5 years for putting 2 bullets in Professor Markel's head. That was the penalty that they gave you, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of life or the death penalty.
Yes, sir.
And there's no probation on the back end.
No, sir.
You're free and clear.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said on direct examination that you don't think that the Bureau of Prisons is any better than the Florida Department of Corrections.
They're all the same.
Do you remember on October 2nd of 2019 sitting in that exact same chair?
Yeah, I remember.
And do you remember that there was a court reporter right there taking down everything that you were saying?
Yes, sir.
And that before you said anything from that stand, you agreed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So counsel, 10-2. You're on a one brief moment?
Yes.
10-2 afternoon. It's going to take him a second. Rivera, again, we're talking about which facility is better. Do you remember being asked the question, in which facility is better, Leon County or the Federals, the Federal Detention Center? Answer, of course. Question, which ones? Answer, the feds. Question, they got the better food? Answer, I ain't worried about the food, but it's better. Question, but it's just generally better, right?
We just watched this.
Right? Answer, it's better.
Yes.
Okay, so the feds are better.
It's better because I'm in a facility where I'm getting protected at. It's called Protect, where every gangs drop out. It's in that same predicament I'm in. That's why I say it's better.
Mr. Rivera, I don't want to confuse the jury here. What we're talking about is that the federal prisons, the federal jails.
No, they're not better.
Your
It's
commissary.
just where I'm at right now is better for me. I feel safe right now where I'm at. Where I was before, I wasn't feeling safe. They try to kill me.
Your commissary list in federal includes things like slippers and butterscotch candies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In state, you're lucky to get a towel.
I've never been in state, so I don't know.
But you're telling
Butterscotch candies? Ooh. Donna wishes she had them right now.
this jury that you know that one is better than the other.
That's what I hear.
Okay. So again, what we're talking about is what you get from your deal. You get protection from them, and you need it, right?
Yes, sir.
You need protection from the Latin kings, right?
Yes,
right?
Yes.
You've sent them letters begging for help.
Yes, sir, I did.
You also need them for help on that probation violation hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've tried to get them to help you so that you don't get penalized because Miami's your home turf.
Yes, sir.
Miami's different. They were after you for a while, and you know that.
Yes, sir.
You know the gang's prosecutor specifically knows who you are and was hoping to get a chance to go after you, right?
Yes, sir.
You need them, right?
Yes. Yes.
And they need you.
Yes, sir.
With that need for protection of your life, be it either 15 years or being killed, that puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what you have to give. We talked about what you get, the butterscotch candies, the protection. Now let's talk about what you have to give. You have to testify.
Yes, sir.
You have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
Completely
Yes, sir.
and repeatedly.
Yes, sir.
In this trial
Yes, sir.
and in any future trials.
Yes, sir.
And if you fail, then you're violated by the agreement, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what really puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to do whatever they say,
Yes, sir.
or they violate you.
Yes.
And what's worse, it's up to them to determine whether you've been violated or whether you violated, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about now. So we talked about what you get, what you give for the cooperation. Let's talk about your cooperation now. Let's talk about the first name that you named, Wendy Adelson. You said that on July 17, 2014, that you saw her on Trescott. This is the same street that you shot the guy on.
Yes, sir.
You actually saw her at the same house, right? The same house where you committed the murder.
I didn't see her at the house. I seen her a few houses from the house.
Are you sure?
On the same street?
You didn't see her walk down the driveway and into the house?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear. You saw her at the...
Slow down.
I will. Fair, that's a fair request. You saw her at Professor Markel's house, the same house that you drove down the driveway and shot the guy in the garage.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first saw her, she was walking towards you and Garcia in the car.
Yes, sir.
You saw her face,
Yes, sir.
her light eyes.
I'm driving.
You don't remember seeing her eyes?
I seen her.
You didn't see
I seen
her
her
green?
face. She got light eyes.
You didn't see her green? You didn't see her green blue eyes?
Yes, sir.
You saw her green blue eyes.
Green, blue eyes.
I can put this down now, right?
You put it right there.
Okay. You saw her blonde hair.
Yes, sir.
You saw her with 2 young boys.
Yes, I did.
Now, later in time, we're going to jump ahead right now for a second, but we're going to come back. Later in time, law enforcement presented you with a photographic lineup, right? To identify that woman.
Yes, sir.
And you identified somebody and you signed the picture, right?
Yes, I did.
Now we'll go back to you in the car seeing this woman. You ask Garcia, and Garcia says, that's her. That's Wendy, right?
Yes, sir.
That she came to confirm, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when this woman that you allegedly saw goes into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
She walks down the driveway, the same driveway that you drove down,
Yes, sir.
with the 2 little kids,
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
and goes into the house.
Yes.
You ask Garcia again, before he calls Catherine, as you allege, and he says that she's here to check on the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony and your claims is that Garcia calls Katie before you get to the hotel, right?
Yes, sir.
And that this is all before 12 noon, the day before the murder.
I don't remember the time, but yes, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to watch a clip from your October 4th interview?
Go ahead.
I would object to refreshing in the presence of the jury.
You can't refresh his recollection and play this in front of the jury.
So, Your Honor, this is where what's happening right now is this is going to get played to the headset so he can listen to it.
Okay, you can play it to him in the headset.
That's what's happening.
All right.
Maybe I can.
Whatever's good.
Tato with his little Beats by
You
Dre's.
need to, but I mean, he can't refresh his recollection unless he can hear it.
Correct, Your Honor. All right. Now let's talk about connections. First, between you and Sigfredo Garcia.
The court reporter here kind of looks like Melissa McCarthy, at least right here.
You guys met when you were young, right?
Yes, sir.
You went to school together.
Yes, sir.
Stay up. All right. You and Garcia, you went to school together.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school,
Yes, sir.
Biscayne Beach.
Yes, sir.
Went to middle school together
Yes, sir.
at Nautilus.
No.
Where'd you go? Middle school.
Jam at Opportunity School.
Then you went to high school together at Miami Beach Senior High.
No.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Miami Beach High School. I don't remember seeing him there.
Now, it's in high school that you meet Catherine, right?
Yes.
You guys are young. You're teenagers when you all meet,
Yes, sir.
right? You had known Sigfredo since you were little.
Yes, sir.
Sigfredo meets Catherine in high school.
Yes,
You
sir.
meet her through him in high school.
Yes, sir.
Now, you ultimately dropped out.
I didn't drop out. I went to jail. I had no choice but not to go back to school.
Katie went on to graduate.
Yes, sir.
Went to college.
Yes, sir.
Graduated again.
Objection,
Yeah.
asked and answered.
Your Honor, that,
Continue.
if I could, the second question was graduated from college. The first one was graduated from high school.
Right, but we've
All
already
right,
established
you already
that as
asked that
well.
before, but I'll allow it again if you know the answer to that.
Yes.
Now let's talk about Garcia and Katie. And they were very much high school sweethearts, right?
Yes.
Bad boy and the good girl.
Yes, sir.
And while still young, they have 2 kids together,
Yes, sir.
while Katie is still in school.
Yes, sir.
Now, Garcia, he tried his best to support, to give for the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that within your culture, that is a main priority. I'm not talking about the gang culture. I'm talking within your community, the community that Sigfredo Garcia is a part of, just like all communities, that it is a main priority to take care of your children.
Of course.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia himself, he never went to college.
I don't know. Well, maybe no.
This is a guy you refer to as your brother. You don't know if he went to college?
Yeah, he's smart. I mean, I don't see why. No, he didn't go to college.
He was not steadily employed.
No.
Worked odd jobs
Yes, sir.
that include dealing drugs
Yes, sir.
consistently.
Yes, sir.
Now, you sold drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine and marijuana.
Probably my whole life. Yes, sir.
It's a cash business, right?
Yes, sir.
At least in 2014, before things like Venmo, if you don't know what that is, or Cash Apps, everything, when people bought drugs, they gave you cash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on at least one occasion, you've robbed drug dealers with Sigfredo Garcia.
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
It's called a drug rip, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to a drug dealer's house, you go in, you steal their stash and their money.
Yes, sir.
And from that, you get cash.
Yes, sir.
Now, ultimately, when we're talking about Sigfredo Garcia, there was a breakup. There's many breakups, right?
Yes, sir.
But around the time of the homicide, Katie, who met this bad boy at a young age and had kids and forever tied herself to this man, she kicked them out.
Yes, sir.
You remember that.
Yes, sir.
But they stayed in constant communication because of the kids.
Yes, sir.
And look, he was a bad husband/boyfriend, but he was a good father, right?
Of course.
He provided.
Yes, sir.
He provided with cash support to Catherine
Yes, sir.
for the kids.
Yes, he did.
All right. You were asked about Instagram. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You're on a man approach?
No.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you the pre-market defense 9. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that that's your...
Look how far away he's standing from him. At least Segana got close to him. Look at how far away he is.
a photo of your Instagram account, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that that's a photo of your Instagram account because you set it up yourself.
Yes, sir.
And that's fair.
This is so hilarious. I don't know why I didn't notice this before.
Accurate depiction of what one would see if they don't follow you on Instagram, but went and looked you up.
Yes, sir.
Defense office and evidence was the pre-market defense 9.
No objection.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 9.
You're on man. Oh,
You may.
There it is, folks. If you were trying to find Tato on the gram, there's his profile picture. I assume it's not up still, but...
all right, so Mr. Rivera, you got 1,282 posts, 72.
Is that LR Tato? Luis Rivera, LR Tato, folks. Who wants to check? I'll check.
Followers.
Hey, Dizzy.
126 following, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that you told the government about this post that you put out there. It was a lion.
The what?
You said that you put a post of a lion.
Yes, but that's not a lion. I took a picture of a lion. Yes.
Okay, let me back up because I don't.
It is still up, folks. LR Tato is still up. It's private, but he's still on the gram.
I want to confuse you. It wouldn't be fair to you. So you said that you were in Tallahassee and that you posted something and you alleged that Catherine got on the phone and was like, take it down and gave you an order, right?
Yes, sir.
People don't give the boss of the Latin King's orders, do they?
She didn't give me no boss. She told him.
All right. and you followed this alleged order and you took it down, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, the government then sent a subpoena to Facebook to get your records, just like they did for Ms. Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
They did do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'd be able to see if that actually ever happened, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Rivera, I want to talk to you about your mental health. You agree with me that at a young age you were diagnosed as bipolar, right?
Yes, sir.
And with that comes things like mood swings.
Yes, sir.
Also, at around the age of 10 years old, you were diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yes, sir.
And that comes with delusions and hallucinations, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, although you were diagnosed at the age of 10 years old, this is something that you live with throughout your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2004, right now you're getting treatment through the Bureau of Prisons, right?
No, sir.
But back in 2014, you were self-medicating, right?
Yes, sir.
Although right now you're sober, but back then it was alcohol on every trip, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine, every trip, all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were taking Molly like candy.
Yes, sir.
If you could explain to the jury what Molly is.
I don't know how to explain that.
Molly's sort of like the drug ecstasy, correct?
Like ecstasy, yep.
It's sort of like the effects that you would have when you take cocaine, right? That it enhances your mood.
Yes, sir.
Whereas other drugs bring you down, like the medications for those mental health illnesses. You're taking drugs that are ramping you up, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked about the information that you gave against Wendy Adelson. Let's talk about the core of this case now. What you say or claim Catherine Magbanua did. Ultimately, she is the one in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing that you say is that you had conversations, and we're talking about the 3 points, 3 pieces of evidence that you claim to have against Miss Magbanua. Your conversations with Garcia, that Katie was hiring him, that's part of your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
That you were somehow just like an assistant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. When did you find out it was going to be a murder?
Halfway up here.
One brief moment, Your Honor, to switch
Yeah.
over here. Remember, on October 4th of 2016, right after you enter into the deal to cooperate the day before, where you met with Agent Sanford, with Investigator Isom, with Investigator Monica Jordan, and your attorney, Mr. Collins, that you met with them all to give your proffer, your information about the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that meeting, you swore to tell them the truth and the whole truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony a moment ago is that you found out halfway up here, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. This hasn't been admitted into evidence.
Correct, Your Honor. This is impeachment.
What's your objection?
Improper impeachment, Your Honor.
This is a 30-second clip directly on this point.
All right, you may proceed.
That caused you to come to Tallahassee the very first time?
I thought the first time it was coming up here, I thought it was going to come here also. You know? So when I got in the car, that's when Garcia told me, what we coming up here for? Coming here to kill somebody.
So before you got in the car, you had a conversation with Sigfredo Garcia, at your house, and he says he wants you to go with him to Tallahassee to do a drug
So we kept going on talking about it. That's when he told me, listen, we come like I come up here for a job. I'm finna get hired. We get hired, but to kill someone.
You already left, or is that before you?
No, I was still in my house. Okay. Then I got to the car. We got in the car, and he told me, "No, we're gonna come up here. And I'm gonna kill this guy. You're gonna get paid this much, $35,000. So I looked at him. I think that's a little bit of money, but all right, whatever. Let's try. We drive. He showed me a picture of my cat. That's the first time I seen a picture of him.
This is way more than 30 seconds, by the way, but we already saw this.
Conversation at the house before the first trip, before the car was even rented, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were asked that in that interview, you didn't say, "Oh, look, I don't remember, but I think it was this," right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say that when the government asked you the question either, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the defense has a CD of that. It's been pre-marked as Defense 7. We'd like to offer it into evidence and offer the truth of the matter asserted.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. He's admitted to making the statement. How does it come in as evidence? I mean, it's already been published, so I don't know what difference it makes, but I still don't think it's admissible.
All right, it's marked as what exhibit?
It's pre-marked as Defense 7.
Not that right.
Against Miss Magbanua, your conversations with Garcia, right? And now the next thing that you claim is Garcia's calls with Catherine, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of those was the phone call that was placed after the murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you claim that he said it's done and that she says, "I know."
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, you had your discovery, right? Through your attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And in that, it had reports and it had an explanation that there was phone calls at certain times, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have to make up that the phone call happened, right?
No,
All you had to do is make up what was said.
I didn't make up nothing.
Let's talk about the third. Let's talk about the third thing. July 19th, Saturday morning. Now, you claim that you were at the barber shop, right?
Yes, sir.
And that barber shop is called King Ray's.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, that's R-E-Y-E. And that's up on 135th and Biscayne, right?
Yes, sir.
Here, I won't read a moment. I'll control the government.
Yeah.
Let me show you right now. Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as the defense demonstrative. You recognize that this building right here in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
That's where Jessica lived, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, for correction, on direct examination, Ms. Kappelman told you that it was 151515 Northeast 135th. There's a refresher recollection if I tell you it's 1505.
No.
All right, but you agree with me that that's her building right there in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on Saturday morning, July 19th, you leave that location, right? You claim?
Yes, sir.
Give you that map is accurate.
Yes, sir.
You have Jessica right here, 1505, Northeast 135th, right?
Yes, sir.
And Biscayne runs
Right there.
north to south, right there. Now, she's down here at 1505. King Ray's is north up here, right?
Yes.
It's a barbershop you go to every single Saturday, so you know exactly where it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, you'd agree with me that this is panning out even more, right?
Yes, sir.
So you've got Jessica's right here.
Yes.
It's Saturday morning. You're up here at King Ray's.
Yes.
And you claim you get a phone call and rush right back.
Yes, sir.
This is Normandy Isle, right?
Yes, sir.
And Normandy Isle is where the mother of your other children live, right?
Yes, sir.
Now that's Annie Diaz, right?
Yes.
Annie Diaz, her family, your kids, that's where they live.
Yes, sir.
And just so that we're clear, what we're talking about is that this island right here is Normandy Isle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you claim that Katie called you, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the discovery, the reports said that there was a phone call on July 19th between you and Catherine, right?
Yes, sir.
But it didn't say who called who, right?
No.
You say that she called you, but in fact, the call detail records and evidence showed that you called her.
I didn't call her.
Do you have any reason to believe that the cell phone records are inaccurate?
I don't know nothing about no cell phone records.
All right. So you then call Hebaro.
Yes, sir.
Now, Hebaro spelled Hibaro.
Don't know how to spell it.
But you do know that he's a Latin king.
Was.
He died in 2017.
Yes, sir.
After the murder and after your arrest and after your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
He goes by the name of King Anthony.
Yes, sir.
You had him go pick up Sigfredo Garcia
Yes, sir.
to help them apparently get to Jessica's house for this meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also claim that while you're at the barbershop, King Ray's, which is north of that little red dot, that Jessica Rodriguez called you, right?
Yes, sir.
And said, Katie and Garcia are at the house.
Yes, sir.
So you rush from King Ray's down to Jessica's house. You claim that you rushed from right here down here, right?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Now, when you get there, you claim that Katie and Garcia are there, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had your cell phone, the cell phone that you use on you when you were at the barbershop, right? And that's how these communications
I have
were
2
happening.
cell phones.
But obviously, the phone that you're using to communicate with Miss Magbanua, the phone that you're using to communicate with Miss Magbanua, obviously you have that in your possession, right? It's not somebody else having those phone calls.
I have one and the other one had an Anthony.
Okay. You have a phone on you that you're using to communicate with Miss Magbanua, right?
Yes, sir.
What is your explanation to the jury why that phone that's communicating with Miss Magbanua is right there when the phone calls are happening in Normandy Island and not where you claim it to be?
I have 2 phones. Anthony had my other phone, and he's going that way to go pick up Tuto. It's right around the corner, not too far from each other. That same little area where Shrimp lived at.
Mr. Rivera, you've given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your 11th time testifying. Have you ever said that before? That you gave your phone to King Anthony, and that's why your cell phone.
I believe I said it one time before. It should be on record, but I have said it one time before. And it's been a long time, been 8 years.
So that same phone that went with you to Tallahassee, the same phone that you had that was using for all the communication, just so happens to be that that phone is not in your possession. The one that's communicating, just like you're saying, was communicating with Miss Magbanua on that morning.
Yes, sir.
So then what's the other phone number? What's the other phone?
I don't know the number.
You never told them, right?
I don't know the phone number.
We don't have the cell phone records.
I can't remember. If I remember the phone, I can't remember. It's been 8 years total. Who's going to remember a phone number?
So let's go back in time to October of 2016 when you did that recorded interview. Did you say anything about this?
Can't remember if I did or not.
Your cooperation agreement is to give the complete truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Never said that, did you?
Can't remember.
In fact, you claimed that number that ends in 8153, the one that's communicating with Miss Magbanua, the one that was on Normandy Island, doesn't fit your story, is in your possession, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about Jessica Rodriguez. She was interviewed about this meeting multiple times, right? You know that.
Yes.
About that morning.
Yes, sir.
Now, before they did one of the interviews, law enforcement allowed you to have a phone call with her from one of their phones that was unrecorded, right?
Yes, sir.
And then right after that, a female investigator, Investigator Bennett, on a recorded phone call that's recorded, had an interview with Jessica about what happened that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard what Jessica said happened?
No.
Now, going back to your discovery, the reports, you didn't have to make all this up, the communications, right? You just had to pepper in some small details so that you could get that deal, right?
No, everything I said was the truth. I didn't make nothing up.
You didn't have the direction of the phone calls, but from the reports, you knew that there were phone calls in between certain people that morning, right?
Yes.
And that's why your story doesn't fit the evidence, right?
Yes.
Because you made up facts without knowing all the details.
I didn't make nothing up.
And you know the phrase that the devil is in the details, right?
I didn't make nothing up.
So let's talk about your prior meetings. Now, this is after you decide to cooperate. You meet with your attorneys a bunch. Basically, every time you called, they came, right?
Something like that.
Now, you had many meetings with law enforcement as well, right?
Yes.
On August 8, 2016, there was a setup where you're in a room with your attorneys, the agent, the federal agent, and Ms. Kappelman and other people, other prosecutors are in the other room, right?
Yes.
And messages are being passed between them and the other room. Your attorney's basically going from room to room, passing the message back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You cannot remember the questions.
No.
You cannot remember the answers.
No.
It was unrecorded.
Yes.
But you agree with me that on that day, no deal was struck.
No.
On September 29, 2016, you have the same setup. Your attorney running back and forth in between the rooms. Right?
Yes, sir.
You're giving your version, all the information. You're showcasing what information you have, right?
Yes.
And it's unrecorded.
Yes, sir.
The following day, September 30th, there's a different setup where Agent Sanford, Investigator Isom are in the room with you and they're actually talking to you face to face. Now you're giving your statement directly to law enforcement at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
They know you have your discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And they don't record that statement. Right?
Yes.
On October 3rd, you meet with them again, and it again is unrecorded.
Yes, sir.
And it's not until after all of those rehearsals on October 4th, the video that we saw, that you're finally recorded.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I need you to tell this jury the truth. Garcia came to you to commit this murder, but he didn't mention Katie, right?
Katie been involved the whole time, dog.
Garcia came to you and he didn't mention who was hiring him, right?
Yes, he did.
Now, you knew that cooperating just against Sigfredo Garcia, it wouldn't help you, right? You said that you know that.
She's the mastermind. She was in the middle of this.
But cooperating against Garcia, that's my question. You agree with me that that wouldn't help you?
No, I don't agree with you with that.
If you had just implicated Garcia, you already agreed you would not have gotten a deal. You know that, right?
Shelley says he is less screechy than rashy. And my question would be, like, screech from Saved by the Bell or screech just like loud? Because rashy is more screechy, like loud and annoying, but this guy is more screech Saved by the Bell.
Since day one, I mentioned her name.
They laid it out for you who they wanted, right?
No.
They told you. You
I
already
gave him the truth, bro. I'm not going to go back and forth with you, man. I gave him the truth. Like, it was Katie and Garcia. It was all three of us was involved.
Mr. Rivera,
That's the truth, man.
Mr. Rivera, you've already agreed with me that you knew from the reports that the people that they wanted were Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua. You have already agreed with me that you were in a tough position, and you already told this jury how.
That's true, but I'm still telling the truth.
I understand. Let me get the question out. Let me get the question out. And you've already told this jury, right, that in your federal case, you took it and ran because you can't fight the feds, right?
That's true.
And that's what you did here. You took it and ran, and with it, you took Katie's innocence.
No, I'm not taking innocence. She's guilty just like all three of us were guilty, man.
And the reason why you're okay, and we're talking about the truth that we're hoping to get here, that you blame Garcia for all of this, don't you? For getting arrested. You blame him.
Yes.
He messed up.
We all messed up.
No, but he used the phone and he called Harvey Adelson. You know about that, right?
Who?
You know that Sigfredo Garcia placed a phone call that ultimately got you caught, right? You know that.
I can't remember that. Refresh my memory, please.
Second deposition? 7 to 238. Now, Mr. Rivera, you can't read, right?
Yes, sir. I can.
So, now, just a quick question on that. And I don't mean to make fun of illiteracy, but you went to high school until 15 or 16, right?
Yes, sir.
You then went to William Turner Tech High School, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you went to masonry class and you got OSHA certified, right?
Yes, sir.
Certified operator.
Yes, sir.
Heavy equipment and machines.
Yes, sir.
And you had to take a written test.
Yes, sir.
At USP Tucson, you're going to school to get your GED.
Yes, sir.
And you got it, right?
No. I wish I did.
But you did get your license. We know that from the citation, right?
Yes, sir.
And to get your license in the state of Florida, you have to take a monitored written exam.
You just pay somebody and get your license and get out of it. You know people. I know people.
And you're okay with doing things like that?
I was fine with it.
Cheating the system?
I had to get my license some way, somehow, huh?
Just like you had to get a
I
reduction
didn't cheat.
in your
I
sentence.
didn't cheat this system. I told nothing but the truth.
Okay, now Mr. Rivera, is the reason why you're saying illiterate is because you don't want to be confronted with your words?
No, I can't read, bro.
All right. Well,
I'm not gonna keep throwing them. Well,
thankfully, I thought about this. If I could have 1 second, Joe.
What you're gonna?
I'm really just trying to get to the part where he shows his art.
You're still in front of the jury.
And then we'll watch Charlie's trial, Tato.
All right.
So why don't I do this? Move on to a next part. We're going to come to the phone.
yes, sir.
You disagree that he messed up by using the phone?
Yeah, of course. If you use the phone, you messed up.
Okay. So then we don't have to go through this whole process. You agree with me that he used the phone and ultimately that got you guys caught?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that gave you justification to take down him and his family, right?
Said nothing but the truth.
To
Yes.
take down him and his girl. You already told this jury, if you go against a Latin king, you're at risk, and so is your family, right? That's what you said. That's the code that you live by, right?
Yes, sir.
And he wronged you by getting you caught.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to justify taking him down and his family.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this would be a great point.
To stop.
Unless Your Honor wants me to keep going, but the next topic is, it's hard to get into and stop in the next couple of minutes.
All right.
Over the lunch break, but that did not.
It's the same case that's cited throughout all of our motions in limine, Judge, the Florida Supreme Court case of Brook versus Day.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, do you have any case law to present to the court that the conspiracy continues after the murder is complete?
No, sir, I'll have to get that to you in the morning if that's acceptable.
All right, well, I'm going to have to see that.
Back up to the iCloud account, then we may see.
You were coked up and drinking the whole trip.
Handing them, and then that's another factor that would play into a Richardson hearing, but I'm going to leave however you're going to deal with them up to you at this point.
Understood, Judge.
Mr. DeCoste, the conspiracy.
Whereby she said, I.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. DeCoste, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, last night when you left here, you went back to the jail, right?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to the jail, it's you, yourself, in your cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's been that way since you were arrested in 2016 on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
So what that means is you're not going through the daily activities that a person on the outside goes through, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to turn off the stove, pick up the kids, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to file your taxes, to go to the doctors, go to the dentist, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been a matter of being in your cell with your thoughts, with your agreement with this office, right?
Yes, sir.
Your sole job since 2016 has to be to remember your testimony in this case.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about guns. The June trip, there was 2 guns, right?
Yes, sir.
Both 38 caliber,
Yes, sir.
38 Smith & Wesson short nose,
Yes, sir.
and a blue steel long nose Taurus.
Yes, sir.
Garcia had the blue steel,
Yes, sir.
you had the short nose.
Yes, sir.
You agree you bought that short nose.
Yes, I did, sir.
You bought it to...
Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. All right. We're getting to the point where they're about to show the picture that Tato draws to show where the guns are. And if you haven't seen this picture already, just wait. And we're gonna watch this picture because I can't listen to this guy anymore. We're gonna go to the 3rd trial. Just wait until you see this picture that Tato Ross, Bob Tato, Tato Bob. Just wait until you see this fucking picture. I can't. For folks that were watching it with me when I saw it the first time, I lost my mind.
come up here.
Yes, sir.
And you bought it from a quote, neighborhood from a black boy.
Yes, sir.
That's what you told law enforcement about where you acquired this gun.
Yes, I did.
And again, to make sure it's clear, you acquired this gun after a conversation with Garcia
Yes, sir.
while he was renting the car to come here.
Yes.
And you don't know the name or even really a description of the guy that you got the gun from.
No, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the Latin Kings transfer and distribute guns.
Yes, sir.
How many guns were brought? Would it help your memory to listen to your statements for me, please? Listen to the question.
Benny.
And the only 112 guns, so and it was done right home.
Yes, sir.
Now, you claim that you wanted to help them find the murder weapon, right?
Here it comes.
But in actuality, you never wanted them to find it.
No, I don't know what bridge. So many bridges we passed through. I'm not gonna.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Law enforcement knows the very precise route you took, so it's not a matter of checking all bridges.
Just wait,
In the
Donnie.
state of Florida,
I'm
correct?
not gonna remember the bridge, sir.
That's not my question. Law enforcement knows the precise route that you took home, right?
I guess so.
And they drove you on that precise route.
Yes, sir.
And you never pointed out the alleged bridge that the gun
I
was.
passed through so many bridges, sir. I'm not gonna remember. Just like I told them, I don't remember the bridge.
I'm showing you what's been entered in Defense 6. This was your best attempt.
All right, folks. Well, everyone get ready because here it comes. This is the date. They want to know. Here's the setup. Obviously, the police and the FBI, they want to know where the gun is. Where is the murder weapon? Tato is going to draw them a picture of where it is in Florida. What bridge it's by. Where is the murder weapon in Florida? Here, here we go.
At helping them find the murder weapon in this case, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
drew this.
Yes, sir.
There it is. There it is, folks. That's there it is. I don't know. We don't know. Is that a surfboard on the top? Is that a canoe? Is that Tato?
Now, let's talk about the amount of times that you went out looking with them. You haven't been out with them since 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you only went out a couple of times, a couple of days, a couple of hours to look for this gun, right?
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
Maybe one time.
No, we're going back. Hold on. I gotta write this down because last time I lost it and I could never find it again. This is day. What is this? This is day 3. I have to clip this 1,000 times again. I clipped it before. Day 3, Magbanua retrial. There's probably easier ways to do this, but I don't care. 26 minutes. Oh. Yeah, Brooklyn, can you I can't believe they couldn't based on this map. How could they not find the gun? I mean, what the
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
Maybe one time.
One time you get into a van, they drive around, look at a couple of bridges, and then give up.
I mean, I can't remember.
Isn't it true that you did what you said you were going to do, which is to put it away and bury that shit somewhere? No one is going to find it but me.
Yes, sir.
You said that, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's what you did with this gun.
No, sir.
The gun was never found, right?
I never dished it nowhere. I never threw it nowhere. That wasn't my job.
You bought the gun.
I bought the gun.
You handled the gun.
Handled it? Like what type of you talking about?
Well, you remember how you told us that time that the guy walked in the hotel room and you picked up both guns and you pointed at them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you touched that gun.
Yes, I did.
And you gave vague information where it was acquired from, and you gave very little information as to where it was disposed of. You did that to protect yourself on both ends, didn't you?
Not at all, sir.
Now, you are aware that if law enforcement were to get that gun, you could be federally prosecuted. You know that.
No, sir.
Do you not know that? Do you not remember?
Me being prosecuted if they find a gun?
Do you not remember knowing that if they had that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce? Do you not remember knowing that?
Oh, I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment. Okay. Second deputy.
All right, we're on to. I think we've watched enough of this dope. Again, Tato just tells the truth. We're going to Charlie's trial. We're going to Charlie's trial. I'm going to watch the testimony. Let me go here. Let's go here. Let's go to Tato. By the way, that's what Tato looked like initially. And let's go here.
You may take your seat.
Let's go here. Here we go. Wait, this is cross. I don't want cross. Hold on.
All right.
In 2004.
Why would he be on cross? Wait, what? Oh, this is a proffer. That's why. My bad. He lost some weight, clearly, right? I mean,
2016.
Group.
Luis Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
Miami. I'm Puerto Rican, but raised in Miami.
Right, and I see you're wearing a jail uniform. Have you been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
I don't remember.
5
Once.
sound right?
45, yeah.
All right, and are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence for both this case that we're here about and also a federal case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start with the federal case. What is the nature of that charge?
Conspiracy RICO with the Latin Kings.
Conspiracy RICO, like a racketeering?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's related to your involvement with the Latin Kings?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a gang?
Gang, family.
Okay. And that was a group that you were affiliated with when you lived in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we've heard that when some incidents occurred during this case, you were incarcerated in Broward County. Were you incarcerated in Broward County back in 2016?
No.
You were never in Broward?
2016?
Yeah.
No, I was in the feds.
Okay, so you were incarcerated, but not in Broward. That was part of the ruse that you were.
Yeah, I was in Broward, but I was 2016. I was in the feds. I was in Coleman.
All right. So at the time of the what we're calling the bump, you were actually in federal custody.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that on the racketeering case?
Yes, ma'am.
You're still serving a sentence on that case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that case in any way related to the murder that we're here about today?
No, ma'am.
All right. So when law enforcement came to talk to you and identified you as a suspect in the murder case, you were already serving this sentence unrelated. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything in reference to that federal case for your testimony here today?
Nope.
All right. And have you ever gotten any help on the federal case for your cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right. What did you get for your cooperation in this case?
This case, the murder case, 19 years.
All right. And was the 19 years to be served concurrently or at the same time with the federal sentence you're already serving?
Concurrent with the same time as the feds.
And what is your release date once you conclude both sentences?
Both sentences, probably 2032, 33.
32 or 33? 2032 or 2033?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is it that you have to do in exchange for this 19-year sentence on the murder case?
I had to testify.
All right. And what do you have to testify to?
The murder.
All right. And has anyone told you to say anything other than the truth?
Isn't it so much more satisfying watching Blinky McStupid here now that we know that his stupid ass is in jail? Look at this dope and his stupid blinking and his stupid massive 5-head, which is now shaved. You're in jail now, you stupid bitch.
In the case.
No, ma'am.
Have I or anyone promised you anything other than what we've already discussed, the sentence you got?
No, ma'am.
Anybody ever told you that you had to testify about a specific person in order to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
All right, I want to talk about how you came to be a participant in the murder of Dan Markell. Did you participate in his murder?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you came to be a part of that?
From a friend.
And who's your friend?
Garcia.
Who's Garcia? Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Sigfredo Garcia, yes.
How did you know him?
Childhood.
And had you described him as a brother previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that because he was in the gang or
no,
he's
not in no gang.
He was not in a gang.
No.
But he was a good enough friend that you referred to him as a brother.
Ma'am.
And back around the time that this crime occurred in 2014, were you and Mr. Garcia together all the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia, is he the one that came to you with the information about this job that needed to be done?
Absolutely.
And I say job, is that what this murder was to you?
Yes, ma'am.
So your for coming to Tallahassee and participating in this murder was money?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Did you know Dan Markell?
Nope.
Did you know anything about him?
Nope.
All right, so do you know why Garcia or how Garcia came to know about this murder or this job?
His girl.
Who's that?
Katie.
All right, so am I correct that Katie hired Garcia and Garcia hired you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was to actually come to Tallahassee to do the murder?
It was me and him.
You and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
But not Katie?
No.
So she stayed in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and who was to get the money once the job was done?
Katie.
All right, and did she get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where she got the money from?
Mm,
Do you know where she got the money from?
Yeah, the people.
Who are the people?
The dentist. I called them the dentist at that time.
The dentist?
Like Wendy and her brother.
Okay, and do you know which one of them actually handed Katie the money?
No, absolutely not.
And you weren't there for that?
No, ma'am.
So Katie went to get the money from the people, which includes both of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And then brought it back to you.
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Did you originally describe the purpose behind this murder as helping a lady in Tallahassee get her kids?
What you mean?
Did you describe the... I know your purpose was money.
Yeah.
So whoever did the hiring had a different purpose, right?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of that purpose?
For the kids.
To get these kids.
Get the kids back.
Okay. And do you know any more about that? Which family member did what and whose kids they were or anything like that?
No, I don't think I know the kids was Wendy. That's her name.
Wendy, they're Wendy's kids?
Yeah, that's the only thing I know.
Okay, and it had something to do with getting Wendy's kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the dentist?
No.
Have you ever met the dentist before?
No.
What did the dentist have to do with the lady in Tallahassee that had the kids?
That's her brother.
And what was his connection to you or to Garcia?
To me, nothing. His connection was, that was Katie's boyfriend.
All right, so Katie was Garcia's child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And also was dating Charlie Adelson?
Absolutely.
Did you know before the murder was committed, did you know how much you were going to be paid?
No.
When did you find out how much you were going to be paid?
When we was driving up.
Okay, so that was before the murder was committed.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
All right, and so when you were driving up, you found out the job was going to pay how much for you?
Well, they only gave me $37,000.
$37,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much was the total bill for the job?
It was $100,000.
And that was split between who?
3 ways.
You and who else?
Me, Garcia, and Katie.
Was this job in any way related to your gang affiliation?
No, absolutely not.
To show you State's Exhibit. Shouldn't have photos as well. Oh. Are those photos of the folks that were involved in this homicide?
Yep.
Plus another young lady. Who's that?
That's my baby mama. She's not involved.
Okay.
Notice how Georgia not scared of getting close to Tato. What's his name? Was 10 feet away.
And what's her name?
Jessica Rodriguez.
All right. Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 37 and 38 are admitted.
Publish 37 at this time, please.
You may.
Thank you. In the green shirt.
Garcia.
Okay, and next to him?
Katie.
And next to her?
Jessica.
And then that's you on the right?
Yes, ma'am.
When was this photo taken? Let me ask you this. Was it before or after the homicide? If you know.
I can't remember.
Did you previously say it was taken sometime after the homicide? You can't remember.
I can't remember.
Okay. States 38. Who are these folks?
That's me and Garcia.
Did Mr. Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
And what about you? Did you have a nickname?
Tato.
I forget who put it in the chat, but it's very clear. Like, he is done with testifying. Like, his whole demeanor, he's just done with it. Like, he's leaning forward. He's like, I mean, all right, let's go back. People want to know if there was shorts or capris. Let's take a look. I got to turn off the CC here. I think those are man prees. I think Tato has on shorts, but Tuto looks to have on man prees. Also, quite a hairstyle we got for Tuto here.
Jessica.
Side, States 38.
That's me and Garcia.
Did Mr. Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
And what about you? Did you have a nickname?
Tato.
Had you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this murder?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Tallahassee one time or more than one time?
Twice.
And both times, was that with just you and Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Both times did you come in a rental car?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had, can we go back to, oh. How long had Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia been, I guess, on again, off again?
Like 10 years.
So at the time of this homicide, they'd been on and off for about 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you knew her pretty well as far as through Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she go by Katie sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I publish States 59?
By the way, I always had the impression that it would be like a good day for a prisoner to have to go to court because they get to go outside. I don't know. They get to probably get something to eat. That's not jail food. They get to not be in jail. But Chris Duet said they do not like it. They hate having to go to court.
At this time. After I turn the thing on. Mr. Rivera, have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to take a look at the phone numbers associated with the people on this chart that you know?
I've seen them, but I don't remember none of them.
Don't remember those numbers? Have you previously testified about the numbers?
No, maybe one of them. I think it was probably mine.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the rental contract that you filled out for the rental car that was used in this homicide, the Prius?
Yes.
All right. And that contract has your phone number on it, correct?
Yes.
And if that phone number matches the one up there, would that be the correct number for you at that time? Or at least one of them?
Probably one of them. I had multiple phones, though.
Yeah, you had a couple phones, right? Okay. The address that was on the rental contract. Can I see the rental contract, please? It's Normandy, something Normandy?
Normandy.
Is that where you were living at the time of the murder?
No. I was just on my license.
So you provided your driver's license to rent the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know what number the rental contract is? Never mind, I just found it. On your license, I'm approaching with States 58. It had this 1805 Normandy Drive on your license.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you actually living at that time?
I was living with Jessica.
Okay, and was Jessica's address at 1515 Northeast 135th
Street, yeah.
number 14?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I want to talk about the first trip. Do you know the date that you left to come here for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Does June 4th of 2014 sound correct?
Probably.
All right, how did you get here? Who drove?
I drove. He drove half, and I drove the other half.
All right,
The first
so
time.
you both did some of the driving.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how did you know where you were going?
Oh, he knew his way.
Who did?
Garcia.
How did he know his way?
He had a piece of paper with an address in the picture.
What can you describe what the piece of paper
It's a
looked
regular
like?
piece of paper.
Like a regular piece of paper like this size?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it white?
Yes.
Was it like this kind of paper that goes in a printer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was printed on it?
It was the dude's address.
Okay. Was the address printed or handwritten, if you know?
Man, I can't remember.
Okay. Did it have a photograph on it?
Yeah.
All right. So it had a photograph and an address. Anything else written on there?
That's it.
Or typed?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So that's how you knew who you were supposed to kill and where that person lived?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't get the address from the Prof's blog?
No.
You don't read the Prof's blog?
No. How do you know that?
Are you on the Prof's blog server list?
No.
Can you just come sidebar for 1 moment?
I would. Okay.
What a little bitch. George is like, oh, fine. This little bitch. We got a sidebar again because this guy's being a whiny bitch again. Oh, here's when he's staring him down. Look at that. Look at that. He is staring that, and he doesn't want to look at him. Look at this pasty bitch. He won't look at Tato. Look at that. He's not going to make eye contact. Tato's like, is this the motherfucker that got me in all this shit? This pasty, stupid, big foreheaded bitch? Is this the fucking guy? Look at him staring him down. Oh, I would not want to be on the other end of that stare. Holy shit. This is not paused, folks. This is running. This is not a paused shot.
In your presence, did Mr. Garcia get any information about Mr. Markel from a blog?
No.
Did either of you, to your knowledge, go on the computer and look on his Facebook?
No, ma'am.
Or search him in any kind of way?
Not at all.
All right. So everything you did from this piece of paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the address on the paper on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see Professor Markel that trip?
No.
What did y'all do that trip?
We tried to follow him, but we lost him, but...
All right, so you saw his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And tried to follow it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you followed it that trip?
Not that trip. I don't think I remember.
Okay. Did you watch his home? Sit and watch his home during
Yes,
that
ma'am.
first trip? Did anybody get out of the car and look around or poke around his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did that?
Garcia.
Why didn't the murder get done on this trip?
Man, I can't remember.
Did you have a weapon with you?
I think we had... I don't remember.
Did you previously say that you each had a firearm on both trips?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember which weapon was the murder weapon?
Yeah, I remember the weapon.
Where did the murder weapon come from?
I got it.
Where'd you get it from?
On the streets.
All right, and was that in Miami or up here?
Miami.
Okay, so you went and got a weapon. Was that specifically for the purpose of
Yes,
committing
ma'am.
this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that weapon come up here on the first trip with you?
I think so.
All right, and was there another firearm in the car as well?
We had two.
Okay, whose gun was the other one?
Garcia.
And the murder weapon, what type of weapon was that?
38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Was there a particular plan as far as who was going to actually do the murder?
I was supposed to do it.
Okay, and was it always going to be a shooting?
It's going to be a shooting.
What was the plan? Were you always going to do it in his car, or what? Was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really didn't plan nothing out.
So it was just going to be, if an opportunity arose, you were
If
going
there
to
was
take
opportunity,
it?
we do what we got to do and go.
What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
I was not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody instruct you on that, or that was just a given that you weren't going to do it?
I was not going to do it. Period.
On that first trip, when you were discussing this murder and the payment, was there any conversation about maybe switching it to a robbery?
Yes.
All right. And who brought up the possibility of switching it from a murder to a robbery?
Me.
And what was your suggestion?
My suggestion was to go back and rob the lady.
And who's the lady?
Wendy.
Okay, because did you believe at that time that Wendy was the one that had this money to pay for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so your thought was, hey, let's just take the money.
Just take the money.
Don't even have to do a murder, right?
We don't have to do none of that.
And why didn't that happen instead of the murder?
He told me he can't. He just had to do his job. I just went with it because I was my friend, so I just went with the...
Garcia told you that you had to get this job done.
Yes, ma'am.
And the job had to be done for Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about the second trip. Is that when the murder happened, July 16th through the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the rental car agreement that I already showed you. That was the Prius you traveled up here in?
Absolutely, yes.
And we talked about your phone number, but there's another phone number on that rental agreement that says brother. Is that Garcia's phone number?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who would be the brother that you would put on the rental contract as going with you?
Garcia.
Did you take phones with you when you came to Tallahassee? Cell phones?
Yeah.
And did you have the phones on or off for the actual homicide?
It was off at that moment.
And did you take the same guns with you that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you stay while you were here?
In a hotel.
Was there an incident while you were here for that trip prior to the actual murder where one of the guns was discharged in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us what happened?
Well, the gun went off. Garcia was playing with the gun. I was driving, and he put a hole right through the floor in the passenger side.
Were you actually out on the roads
Yes,
when this
ma'am.
happened?
I was driving.
And did it have an impact on your ability to drive the car?
Yeah, it hit the gas line.
All right. So how'd you get it fixed?
Oh, he flagged somebody down there. We met the first time, some people, and they gave him a ride to the AutoZone to get a piece of hose to connect it back.
So somebody gave you a ride to the AutoZone?
Yes, ma'am. Not me, him. I was in the car. I never got off the car.
All right, you stayed with the disabled vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia come back and do something to the car?
Yeah, he fixed it.
And it was able to be operated after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all follow Dan Markel at all during this second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him this time?
Follow him to the daycare and to the gym.
Was there a reason that the murder had to get done on the day it did?
It was just the right thing, the right opportunity, I guess.
Okay, did you have any information that the victim was going to be leaving town the day after the homicide occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, meeting.
Is the answer struck?
The answer is not struck. You need to rephrase your question.
All right, so how did you find out that the victim was leaving town the following day?
I can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
It's not leading, Your Honor.
Roll.
Was it from a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what blog was that?
The blonde was Wendy.
No, I was
you
saying
mean?
from the computer. Did you research
Oh,
it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
computer?
no.
Okay, so
I don't remember him saying the blog was Wendy.
somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody
A
else.
person.
A person.
And how did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto. Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to
All
Katie.
right. Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we
Yes,
got to
ma'am.
do it today?
Yes, ma'am. He was on the phone.
I'm sorry?
They was on the phone speaking.
He was talking to Katie on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that.
I was in the car.
Who was driving the green Prius on, like, whenever you were following Mr. Markel right before the murder?
Me.
Did you go to, I think you said the daycare. Where else did you go that day?
The gym.
Have you seen the video surveillance from the gym in this case?
I have seen it now.
Yeah, where the green Prius is at the gym. Have you seen that?
I've seen it.
And is that you driving that Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Garcia in the vehicle as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Did you know whether or not the kids were in the car at the time you were at the gym?
Nah, he dropped them off. I seen him when he dropped them off in the daycare.
So you actually saw the kids go into the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it after the daycare that you proceed to the gym?
Yes.
And what about after that?
We followed him to his house.
All right, so did you wait in the car while the victim went into the gym and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all know at that time, like, we're going to do it when he comes out of
No.
the gym, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. Nah.
So you're just following him to see where he goes?
To see where he goes.
And where did he go?
To his house.
Did you see the bus video that shows the Prius shortly before and shortly after the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving the vehicle at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what happened when you got to Mr. Markel's driveway.
Well, he had turned he turned the block before. We kept going, so we went in front of his house. So when he pulled in, we pulled in right behind. I pulled in right behind him.
Is what you're describing, you entered his street from two different directions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you met at his, did you meet at his driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you pull in behind him, what happens next?
Garcia jumped out and shot him
How many times?
twice.
Where was he standing when he fired the shots?
Right in front of the driver's side, by the driver.
Did you see what the victim did during this attack?
He put his hands up.
How was it decided that Mr. Garcia would end up being the shooter instead of the original plan, which was for you to do it?
I was driving. I ain't had no time. He jumped out and did it. He had the gun the whole time.
All right, so either one of you were willing to do it when whoever wasn't driving when the opportunity arose?
Maybe, but it was really his job, so he did it.
You mean why was it his job?
He's the one that was getting paid, but he knew about the whole thing.
Well, you were getting paid too, right?
Yeah,
But he secured the job.
Yes, ma'am.
The bus video that we looked at, one of them shows the passenger side, someone in a white shirt moving around a lot right after the homicide. Can you explain to the jury what was going on in the car at that time?
He was trying to hide the gun.
And that's Garcia?
Garcia.
Where did he put the gun?
Right on the front, in the passenger side, right under the rug.
Okay, what ultimately happened with the gun?
We threw it away.
Where?
In the river.
On the way back to South Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where y'all went when you left Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you turn your cell phones back on?
I think we turned them on right away, I think.
After leaving Tallahassee?
Yeah. If I remember, I really don't remember, but it got turned on.
Sometime after the murder, they got turned back on?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you?
Anyone else find it? I mean, obviously this is going to happen, but as we watch, I mean, it's been years, folks. First trial 2019, second trial 2022, third trial now 2023. But very clearly, from when he first testified to now, he's forgot a lot. Like, he's not as sharp on the details.
Remember who made the first phone call out of the two of you?
I didn't make no phone call. He did.
Who did he call?
I think he called Katie. Well, he called Katie. He
Say
called
that
Katie.
again?
He called Katie.
He called Katie. And were you able to hear the conversation with Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that conversation?
He told her everything is done. She like, I know. And he like, where the money?
Okay, let me back you up just a little bit. How did she know it was done?
I think she got a phone call right away before we did.
All right, but somehow she indicated she knew.
Yes.
All right, and you asked about the money. Did you personally ask about the money, or was that Garcia?
That's Garcia.
What did she say about the money?
You'll get it tomorrow.
Did you get it tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
On the way back from Tallahassee to Miami, did you stop in Pembroke Pines at an ATM machine?
The way back.
Yeah.
I know we stopped. But
I'll show you states 39 through 45. Have you seen these before?
yeah. That's it. I seen them.
And are these appear to be ATM
Yes, ma'am.
images?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on the ATM images?
7/18/2024.
2024?
I mean 14. Sorry.
All right, that's the day of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is this the green Prius that y'all came to Tallahassee in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are these fair and accurate photographs of you in the green Prius on the day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to introduce and publish states 39 through 45.
Any objection? 39 through 45 are admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Sure. Make that bigger, please. Who's pictured in this exhibit, Mr. Rivera?
That's me and Garcia.
Who's that in the foreground, closer to the camera?
That's me. I'm the driver.
Okay. 42, please. Who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
43, please. And 44. Did you and Sigfredo Garcia go out that night when you got back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where you went?
I think we went to a bar.
Was Catherine Magbanua with you that night?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know where she went that night?
No, I don't know.
All right. The next morning, is that when you saw her again?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us what happened the next morning.
The next morning I woke up, I went to the barber shop, and she went to my house and took the money.
She had the money at your house?
Yeah.
And did you go home and get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home with some purpose?
Purpose to pick that money up.
Yeah, why were you worried about the money?
I was worried about my baby mama taking it.
You were worried about your baby mama taking it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Jessica, the one we saw in the,
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
photo? So if she'd seen that money...
If she would have seen it, she would have probably took it.
Okay.
But she never seen it.
How much money was in there?
37. I think it was 35.
37,000?
35.
35,000. And how was it packaged?
100 staples.
All $100 bills?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you mean by staples?
They were all stapled. It was $1,000, each $1,000 staple in the top corner.
All right, so you got 35,000. I think you previously said you got 37. Where did the other two come from?
Garcia gave it to me.
Why did he do that?
Just gave it to me.
So he just gave you 2 additional stacks out of his cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much he got versus how much Katie got?
No, I don't.
Can you not remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it added up to 100. Is that what you previously said?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
Approach you with states 46 and 47. Is that a picture of the motorcycle you bought with the murder money?
That's Garcia's.
That's Garcia's. What about 47? Is that your motorcycle there?
That's mine, yeah.
Okay, and this is Garcia's. And then what about this Monte Carlo in the background? Did y'all buy that too?
That's Garcia's. He got it.
Did he buy that with the murder money? Or after the murder? Shortly after the murder?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. States 46. Changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you meet with investigator Jason Newland with my office to look at this, what I've marked as state 63, this exhibit regarding the calls in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these initials next to these calls indicate that you've authenticated the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence state 63.
Any objection? No objection. State 63.
Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia on those recordings.
Yes, ma'am.
Member of the Adelson. Have you ever had any kind of contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
During the time that Catherine Magbanua was dating the dentist, were you around her during that time?
I mean, I've seen her a few times.
Okay, and what was the context of, like, what was the occasion that you would see her if she was with the dentist?
Not with him, but I seen her when she come looking for Garcia.
Okay, so if she was doing something related to the kids or something like that?
Yeah, that's it.
During the times that you saw her while she was dating the dentist, did she ever brag to you about the dentist at all?
No, ma'am.
Did she ever tell you the dentist has a lot of money?
No, ma'am.
The dentist has a safe full of cash in his home?
No.
So do you even know who the dentist is? I mean, do you know who he is here
Never
in the
met
courtroom?
him. Never met him in my life until today.
Okay. Well, the dentist's lawyers have indicated that you and Garcia got this idea on your own to come to Tallahassee and kill the professor. Is that true?
No. That's a good one.
Did you kill him and then try to get Katie to blackmail the dentist?
No.
When you suggested to Sigfredo Garcia on the way up that it would be easier to just do a robbery, would it have been easier to rob the dentist back in Miami than to come up here to do a murder?
I never said nothing about him because I don't know him, but I said, let's go rob the lady.
Right.
Just like
but
that.
If you had known that it was actually the dentist that had the money, would you have been just as happy to rob the dentist?
Absolutely.
Would that have been less trouble than coming to Tallahassee to do a murder?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Watch how pissed Tato gets when he finds out that he has to come back tomorrow, the next day.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
He's staring them down again. Oh. He's about to get real pissed.
Judge, I think it makes sense to wait till Monday.
Very well.
There it
Members
is.
of the jury, we are going to recess at this point. Cross-examination of the witness will take place by the defense on Monday morning. Once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I've given throughout. You're not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. This matter. Do the parties have anything to raise before we go into recess?
Look how mad he is.
Enjoy your weekend, Mr. Rauschbaum. The juvenile concert awaits.
I can't wait.
Look at Tato. He's not laughing. No, MJ, I did not hear Chuckles talk about the process to go to the court. Interesting. All right, so now we're going to go to Rauschbaum's cross. What day is this? All right, so Adelson, day 3. Charlie, Adelson, day 3. Juvenile concert. I believe he told the court that like he had like one of his kids' concerts to go to or something like a
All right.
recital or some shit. I don't know. Look at Chuckles progressively looking worser because he's guilty and he's a human piece of trash.
Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. I hope you had a restful weekend. We are going to Mr. Rivera.
I want to.
No.
You didn't extort Charlie Adelson, right?
No.
One moment. Veronica, are you having problems still hearing? All right. If you can assist him. Mr. Rivera, make sure you speak as loudly as you can,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
And the answer to that question was no, right?
No.
You were paid $37,000 in your role in the murder of Professor Markell, right?
Yes.
You were supposed to be paid $35,000.
Yes.
Sigfredo Garcia, the shooter, gave you an extra $2,000, right?
Yes.
Your understanding was that the total payment was $100,000, correct?
Yes.
And that it was a one-time payment.
Yes, sir.
And you were told that you, Sigfredo, and Katie were hired by a lady to do a murder for hire, right?
No. If I was told by the lady?
No, I'm sorry. Let me slow down. You were told by Sigfredo that all of you were hired by a lady to do the murder, right?
Yeah.
That you were doing it so that she could get her kids back.
Yes, sir.
And all of your information came from Sigfredo Garcia and Katie, correct?
Sigfredo, yes, sir.
Okay. And all of Sigfredo's information, to your knowledge, came from Katie, right?
Yes, sir.
Everything you knew about the murder plot came from Sigfredo.
Yes, sir.
According to you, Katie was the mastermind.
Yes, sir.
She was the one, as you've said, running the shots.
Yes, sir.
Anything that Sigfredo or you did in connection with the murder had to be cleared through Katie, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo and Katie lied to you about a lot of things about this murder, right?
Lied about what?
Well, let's go through it. For starters, during the first trip in early June, Sigfredo told you that you were going to do a robbery, right?
Yes, sir.
Not until on the way up did you find out that you were going to do a murder.
Yes, sir.
Before the July trip, you didn't want to go, right?
Yes, sir.
And to convince you, Sigfredo again told you that you were just going there to scope things out.
Yes, sir.
During the second trip, the day before the murder, you drove by Professor Markell's house. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
and you testified that at some point after you arrived at Markel's house, after noon on the 17th, you saw a woman and 2 kids walking on Trescott by the house,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the woman looked at you as the Prius passed and immediately got on her phone.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you asked Sigfredo what was up with the lady. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo responded that that's her. That's the guy's wife. That's the one that wants the kids back.
Yes, sir.
You asked Sigfredo what the lady was doing there on Trescott with the kids.
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo responded that she came there to make sure that everything was all right.
Absolutely.
Meaning all right with the plan.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here now, you're aware that the woman and the kids on the street was not the same lady, right?
I don't know if that was her or not, but she looked at my car.
It's possible that Sigfredo lied to you, right?
Who knows?
Another lie that Sigfredo and that was it. Sorry, strike that, Your Honor. Your understanding is that the money for the murder would be paid by the lady, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, your understanding came from Sigfredo.
Yes, sir.
You didn't go with Katie to get the money, right?
No.
So you don't know where she got it from?
Nope.
And you don't know what happened when she got it?
Nope.
Sigfredo never told you that he and Katie got more than $100,000 the night of the murder, did he?
Nope.
That would make sense why you got an extra $2,000, right?
Maybe.
And Katie never told you that they got more than $100,000 the night of the murder, right?
Nope.
Sigfredo never told you that he and Katie were getting paid every month after the murder, right?
Never knew nothing about that.
You didn't know that they were getting paid $3,000 a month.
No.
You didn't know that they were getting paid $1,000 in Adelson Institute checks, did you?
Nope.
But you saw that Sigfredo was spending a lot of money, right?
Yes.
You saw that Sigfredo even told you that he had paid for Katie's breast augmentation surgery, right? Her breast surgery?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. If he told me about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He told you he paid for it, right?
That's what he said.
You didn't know that Katie was getting money from Charlie Adelson every month in an extortion plot, did you?
No.
In May of 2015, you get arrested on a federal RICO case, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were detained.
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to get out of prison, right? You wanted to get a bail.
Yeah.
You started thinking about the fact that Katie and Sigfredo seemed to be spending a lot of money, right?
No.
Okay. So let's briefly recap all the lies that they told you. Not that you made, but that they told you. They lied to you about the purpose of the trip going to Tallahassee, right?
Yeah.
They lied to you about who the lady was on the street.
Yeah.
They lied to you about the amount of money they received.
Yeah.
They lied to you about getting money every month.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it possible that they lied to you about the purpose of the job to begin with?
They don't even got the money. Where they want to get the money from?
Isn't it possible that you thought it was a murder for hire, but it was really an extortion?
Extortion to who?
Charlie Adelson, not from you, but from them.
Okay.
Isn't it possible?
I don't know.
By the way, on Friday, you testified that you just wanted to rob the lady, right?
Yes, sir.
But Sigfredo was adamant. We can't rob the lady. We got to do the murder.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that because he wanted to keep on getting money every month?
I don't know.
But you would have just robbed him, right?
Yep.
Would have been a lot easier, right?
Real quick.
Would have been a one-time payment, right?
That's it.
Couldn't have gotten paid over time, though, right?
I don't know.
Well, if you rob someone, it's hard to keep robbing them over and over and over again.
Absolutely,
right?
Of course.
All right, so I want to back up a little bit, and I thank you for your honesty there. You've never seen him before this case. You've never met Charlie Adelson, correct?
Nope.
You've never seen him before this case?
Nope.
You've never spoken to him by phone?
Never.
And you've never communicated with him in any way?
Never.
You've never met Donna or Harvey Adelson?
Nobody.
You never spoken to them by phone?
I didn't meet nobody.
And the same goes with Wendy Adelson, correct?
Nobody.
You know Sigfredo your whole life?
Yes, sir.
You're like brothers?
Yes, sir.
You've known Katie since she and Sigfredo started dating when they were teenagers?
Yes, sir.
You consider them to be married?
Yes, sir.
Sigfredo was deeply in love with Katie, right?
Absolutely.
He would do, as you've said, anything for her, right?
Anything.
He was, as you said, blind over her, right?
Yes, sir.
Katie treated him badly.
Yes.
She messed up his head, as you've said, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you learned from Sigfredo that Katie was having a relationship with someone she worked with, right?
Yes, sir.
Sigfredo told you that Katie was cheating on him with someone called the dentist.
Yes, sir.
According to what Sigfredo told you, Katie was sleeping with the dentist at the same time she was sleeping with Sigfredo, right?
Yes, sir.
So Sigfredo knew that Katie was cheating on him.
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't too happy about it, right?
Nope.
Sigfredo told you that the dentist had money. Let me rephrase. Sigfredo told you that Katie told him the person she was with was rich.
No.
Well, he told you that Katie would flaunt and show off to Sigfredo that the person she was dating with had money, right?
I don't think so.
Sigfredo was devastated when he learned about Katie's new relationship.
Yeah, anybody will, right?
I agree. Sigfredo started drinking too much.
Every day.
He started doing drugs.
Yes, sir.
He was acting crazy and unstable.
Yes, sir.
He couldn't keep a job. In fact, you had to fire him from a job, help get him fired from a job, right?
Yes, sir.
Because he was drinking even while at work.
Yes, sir.
And he was fighting a lot.
Yes, sir.
Katie told Sigfredo that she would only take him back if he did this job for her, right?
Yeah.
Now, before Sigfredo was fired from his job, I want to take you to March 14th of 2014. Okay? I'll refresh your memory about it.
Let's go.
There was a day when you were driving home from work and Sigfredo was driving you and he took a detour to a restaurant on Miami Beach. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you and Sigfredo were in Sigfredo's truck, a Dodge Ram.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sigfredo had been drinking.
Every day.
And you were supposed to be headed home, but Sigfredo drove you to the restaurant.
Yes, sir.
You parked near the restaurant and you could see people sitting at tables eating outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And one of those people eating at the restaurant was Katie.
Yes, sir.
She was with 3 other people.
I remember that.
Do you remember they were all white?
I don't remember.
Okay. Sigfredo pointed Katie out to you and said that one of the people there was the dentist. Do you recall that? And while you were sitting in Sigfredo's truck watching Katie and the dentist, Sigfredo told you he was going to run him over when they got up, right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you tell him in response?
I ain't going to do it. I'm going to get off the truck.
But he was serious.
Yes, sir.
That's what...
I mean, to me, there's a discussion in the chat for anyone who's just listening about why this case is fascinating. I mean, I think it's fascinating because there's so many moving parts and there's a hitman, there's a grandma hiring a hitman, but I think what drew me into watching this case the first time is how much I fucking hated Wendy Adelson and how much I need her to fucking go down. I mean, really, that's my fuel. Like, just watching her that first trial, she made me so fucking angry. And she's so fucking arrogant and narcissistic, and she's a sociopath, and she thinks she's not going down, and I just want her to go down. Anywho, sorry.
What he was like, right? He was angry.
He was a good man. But anybody get angry if your wife is doing another man?
And he was angry. He wanted to hurt the dentist, right?
Yeah.
Are you aware that he actually did try to run him off the road a couple months later in July 1st, 2014? Did he ever tell you about that incident with the jet ski?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Can I have one moment, Your Honor? I have to get my phone books to sit on.
Let me take you a little bit back to the first trip, okay? First trip to Tallahassee. Sigfredo came to your house and said he had a job in Tallahassee and asked you to go with him, right?
Yeah. Yes.
He told you that if you took a ride with him, that he would give you around $35,000, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. He didn't initially tell you what the job was, right?
Nope.
He rented the car and he picked you up, right?
Yes, sir.
At some point during the trip, he told you that it was not going to be for a robbery, but for a murder, right?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were going to kill someone because there was a lady who wanted custody of her kids back, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know anything about the person that you and Sigfredo were supposed to kill, right?
I didn't know none of these people.
The only thing you saw was a piece of paper that Sigfredo had with a photo and address on it, right?
Yes, sir.
And the photo looked like a headshot, right? Like from chest up?
Yes, sir.
Something you would get off the internet?
I doubt that, but wherever you got it from, you got it.
Your understanding was that Katie gave Sigfredo that piece of paper, right?
Maybe.
You and Sigfredo left for Tallahassee after midnight on June 4th, which was a Wednesday, right?
I don't remember.
Fair enough. I wouldn't remember either.
Come on, man. 9 years ago.
Well, the next day after you arrived, you got to Professor Markel's house early in the morning and waited for him to come out, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw him leaving the house with 2 kids, and you followed him to the daycare, right?
Was this the first drive?
First drive, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you lost him, right?
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo wanted to go back to Professor Markel's house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you refused. You didn't want to go back.
I don't remember.
You told Sigfredo you didn't want to kill a man over 2 kids.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not going to do it in front of the kids.
So you headed back to Miami.
Yeah.
And that's when you suggested doing a robbery of the lady rather than killing the guy. Right?
Absolutely.
But Sigfredo said it had to be a murder and he didn't want to rob her, right?
Yeah.
And that was odd to you.
Yes, sir.
As you previously have said, you assumed there was, quote, more to it, but you never asked Sigfredo, right?
Never asked him.
When Katie learned that the murder didn't happen on the first trip, she was upset, right?
Probably.
Now let's fast forward to July 16 to 18. And I'm not good with dates either, okay? A month or so after the first trip, Sigfredo came to you and said that you had to go back to Tallahassee, right?
Yeah.
He told you that he needed you to go back because he needed the money, right?
Yes, sir.
You told Sigfredo that you didn't want to go.
Yes, sir.
So he lied to you and told you, we're not going to do a murder, we're just going to do a lookout. We're just going to watch the guy. That's what he told you at first, right?
Yeah.
The first time you went to Tallahassee, Sigfredo rented the car for you, right?
Yes, sir.
But the second time, Sigfredo told you that you had to rent the car under your name.
Yes, sir.
Did Sigfredo tell you why he wanted you to rent the car under your name?
I never asked him questions.
Now, he actually gave you the cash to rent the car, right?
Yep.
Did he tell you what color car to rent?
No.
Did he tell you what type of car to rent?
I don't remember.
The cash he gave you was in a crumpled bunch, right?
Shit, I don't remember though.
But let me ask you this way. The cash he gave you to rent the car, it wasn't stapled.
Nah, I don't think so.
Now, you rent the car and you head up to Tallahassee, right?
Yeah.
And you arrive at around 1 a.m. on Thursday, July 17th, right?
I don't remember the time, but
Early morning.
I don't remember.
Okay.
We got there.
Gotcha. You testified earlier that you didn't want to kill Markel during the first trip because he had his kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told Sigfredo that during the first trip.
Yeah.
You didn't want to do it in front of the kids.
I believe so.
And we already talked a couple times about seeing the woman on the street during the second trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, on July 18th, the day of the murder, you saw Professor Markel with his kids.
Yes, sir.
Again, you followed them to the daycare to make sure they were dropped off.
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the gym.
Yes.
And then you followed him back to his house where he was murdered, right?
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo was the shooter.
Yes, sir.
He wanted you to be the shooter, but you didn't want to do it.
Yes, sir.
You testified that when you and Sigfredo were on your way back to Miami, Sigfredo called Katie.
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that the state has call records which put that call at 12:30 p.m.?
I don't know the time.
Okay. Will you take my word that the call records for purposes of these questions show that that call happened at 12:30?
If you say so.
The call wasn't on speakerphone, right?
No.
And you were driving on the highway at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
With the window cracked open a bit.
I don't remember.
Fair enough. But it's your testimony that you were able to hear some of the conversation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you think you heard Sigfredo tell Katie, it's done, right?
I heard.
You heard Sigfredo tell Katie, it's done.
Yes. He's sitting next to me.
And what's that?
He's sitting right next to me.
Understand. And you think you heard Katie respond, I know.
I think. I heard her.
Okay. When you were interviewed by law enforcement, in September of 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
That was 2 years after the murder.
Yes, sir.
We're now 8 years after the murder, right?
Yes.
Your memory might have been a little bit better then. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And during that interview, you told law enforcement that you didn't hear the I know comment. Do you recall that?
No.
Nonetheless, in order for Katie to know, she would have had to be told by someone before 12:30 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
After Sigfredo hung up with Katie, he told you that you would get your money tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were upset about that.
Yes.
You were upset because you didn't understand why the money wasn't already secured.
Absolutely.
Because when you do a murder for hire, you get paid up front.
Yes, sir.
You don't get paid over time.
Yep.
You don't get paid after the fact.
Yep.
The whole point of a murder for hire is you get paid, you do a killing, and then you separate.
Yes.
That's the reason for that type of crime, right?
I guess.
And in fact, you told Sigfredo that since the job was finished, you were supposed to be paid right there and then.
Yes,
Isn't that
sir.
what you told him?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about the payment. You got paid the next day, right?
Yep.
And Katie dropped off the money, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was stapled.
Yes, sir.
And that's the first time you had ever seen stapled money, right?
Yes.
You had never, on any of these other trips, you had never seen stapled money.
What other trips?
Well, the first trip to Tallahassee, the second trip to Tallahassee,
Yeah.
ever in your
Okay.
life.
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen stapled money.
And when you got paid, Sigfredo gave you an extra $2,000, right?
Yes, sir.
Throughout the years after, Katie and Sigfredo got back together, right?
Yeah, I was in prison already.
But you saw that they had moved to a new apartment,
Yeah.
that they had bought a new large TV.
TV.
They bought a nice TV, right, after the murder?
No, I was in prison.
What about before you went to prison? Did you see they bought a new large TV?
I mean, they had nice stuff.
They started to get some nice stuff, right?
Yeah.
Started to spend some money, right?
Yeah.
He's much more agitated. It's. I mean, I would be too, but it's just very evident that he is done with all this shit.
One last area of questions, I believe, and it'll be quick. In 2014 and 2015, during the time of these events, you were a member of the Latin Kings, right?
Yeah.
And that's a crime family, right?
It's a family, yeah.
Commits crimes, right?
I mean, every gang does.
It's a gang.
I guess that's what you want to call it. I call it a family.
In fact, you were the head of the North Miami branch of the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Mr. Rivera, the defense characterized a lot of things that Garcia told you as lies. Do you know that those things were lies?
No.
So when he said, "Oh, that's the lady, she's looking at us," do you know if he really thought it was the lady or not?
No, it was the lady.
He thought it was the lady, right?
It was the lady.
Okay.
It was her.
All right. And how long after the murder did Garcia seem to have a lot of money? Like, for years after the murder? For weeks after the murder?
Probably weeks, months.
Okay, so weeks or months he was spending money like crazy, right?
Yeah.
But after that, he was broke again.
Yeah.
When you were in the car with Garcia at the restaurant where he was talking about running the dentist over,
Yes, ma'am.
what was he acting like?
I mean, he's himself. You can never tell. But he drinks a lot. He does a lot of coke. But he was frustrated.
Okay, so he was jealous,
Absolutely.
angry,
Yeah.
pissed off,
Mm-hmm.
drunk?
Every day.
Okay. And heartbroken, right?
Yes.
All right. What about on the trips to Tallahassee? Was he like that on those trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during the trips to Tallahassee, was he talking about the dentist?
No, we barely spoke.
All right. So when y'all were sitting out in front of the restaurant, he was talking about the dentist, right? At that time.
Yeah.
And specifically mentioning how Katie was dating the dentist and that was upsetting him.
That's all he said. He didn't mention him too much. He's like, that's the dude she's cheating on me with.
All right. And what about on the trips to Tallahassee? Was he going on about that on the trips to Tallahassee? No. Did he mention on the trips to Tallahassee, like, this has something to do with the dentist, or we got to kill this guy because I'm trying to harm the dentist?
No. To harm him, he never said nothing about him.
Right. One moment, please, Your Honor. Did this murder have anything to do with the Latin Kings?
No, absolutely not.
Were you asked to threaten anybody related to this murder? I mean, were you ever asked to threaten the dentist because you're a Latin King and he might be afraid of you?
No, I don't even know these people, man. The Latin Kings ain't got nothing to do with this.
No further
Promise you that.
Will the witness be recalled by the party?
Potentially, Your Honor.
Mr. Rivera, you may step down from there.
All right, folks. That concludes the testimony of Luis Rivera, Tato. Tomorrow, we're going to do Katie Magbanua.
Hooah!
Katie Magbanua.
Hooah!
We're going to watch her testimony and her proffers, which recently came out. And that should finish us off for the week. And I'm going to end now because I'm going to keep working on this new video that I'm making. Thank you all so much for being here. I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, where we will check out Katie Magbanua's testimony. Look out for a premiere. I don't know if I'll do a premiere, but I'm going to release the video I make either today or tomorrow. Thank you, Mod. Thank you, everybody. And see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you for joining us, J-Bo Nation. Please give all of yourselves an ovation. No, it won't be real long until next time. Oh, J-Bo Nation, there's no place we'd rather be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is the place to be. J-Bo Nation is